Let's fucking go. Thank you, Sentinel Natalie. Hello, dancing comrades. Hello to you too. We're starting in a couple of minutes. Let me pour myself a nice little cup of coffee and we will be starting. Meanwhile, this is Smola. Kako je dobro. Kako je dobro. Oh, oh. Welcome, chat. We are starting in a minute. Starting in a minute. Thank you very much, Miyu, for the 8 months. Should have been 9 months by now. It's okay, it's okay. Some pregnancies are indeed delayed. Thank you, Comrade Richard, for the 12 months, you motherfucker. Thank you very, very much. What a year. What a year. DJ Yugo reporting in. Anyways, welcome, chat. It is very good to see you. It is a Saturday, January 4th. Only 2 days away from the most important day of all time. From, what is it now? 5 years ago. Hello, and welcome to yet another chill session with your boy Yugo. Today is a semi-theory day. It is Saturday. It is ideology day. Thank you very much, Leto. Thank you, Comrade Richard, and thank you, Ramka, for the 100 bits. Hello, Sigma Boy. Hello. We are already starting with the hype train. And yes, today, the 5 extra gift subs for every 10 gift subs does return. Because I hate money, but I hate ads more. Today we are doing a classic fit, a nice little tracksuit, my classic 2 chains, my glasses that I will be putting on and off. We are having a very, very bad hair day, though. That's why the hat is staying on. And the mask, for those of you new here in chat, is on because we like to stay anonymous. Anyways, thank you for the level 2 train. As we all know here, we're a bit of a size queen. And while your mother and your girlfriend told you that a 5 or a 6 is enough, Hugo prefers at least a 7. Anyways, how you guys doing? I hosted my girlfriend's family yesterday. It was quite a nice day, even though there was 2 kids that needed to be taken care of as they run through my not mansion in LA sized apartment. But it was very nice. The kids are very nice. The parents were nice. We ate until very early hours of the night and drank and had some pretty wholesome conversations. The few days before that were like I needed to go to one birthday party and mostly working on either the D program or a script I had for the Yugopnik channel. Thank you very much, Maple Takes, for 5 months, you fucking legend. Thank you very, very much. So yeah, today it's Saturday. It's a weekend, and I thought we go through some playlists that I've prepared for you on this fine day. We have Yanis from 4 days ago and his predictions on what is going to happen in 2025. We have a video from Uncivilized on how empires fall and why the US might be next. Then we can talk about narcissists, etc., and the new era of video essays, as well as why every dictator that we know of, at least a right-wing one, which is the only type, has been supported directly or indirectly by the U.S. And though we're going to start with 15 Signs, You Are the New Poor, by this channel called alox.com. We might cringe, it might be based, I don't know. Prepare to be called poor, chat, is basically what I'm saying. Okay? Girlfriend Haver, yes, it's absolutely awesome. We have a new Tiggy. Okay, we'll watch a new Tiggy later. Why not watch a new Tiggy? Sounds good. 2025 goals is the fall of the U.S. empire. Imagine the LV Terrace is a big pro-Trump guy and a groiper. Okay, that's great. Yeah. Who would have guessed? Thank you, Hank. I don't really care. Okay. I don't do yellow press in this bitch. I am poor. Maybe this video will say you are not poor. Maybe it will say you are not poor. Did you see Fortnite Friday? Lol. No. What's Fortnite Friday? Looking drippy today. Thank you very much. Anyways, welcome everybody. Let's start out with the first video. Today we might be drinking. We're drinking some expensive shit. We might drink some Macallan. Depending on how the stream goes, what my mood is. I have a cup ready. I have a drink ready. It is Saturday. We are going to be touching grass after today's stream. So when Elon Musk played Fortnite and when he turns out he's a Destiny guy, yeah, like that drama has already been farmed out of its fucking soul by other streamers on here, so I'm not gonna tackle that. It's like the 2 shootings in the US have also been farmed out of their mind, so I'm not covering that either. What's the point of me just covering the exact same things that other streamers are covering or YouTubers or the general online left is covering? It's not what I want to make this show about. So it's Theory Saturday / Ideologie Saturday, and tomorrow we might actually touch on some news or whatever, some news that is actually relevant and not just a rehash of a rehash of a rehash. Okay, very good, very good. Now let's see, chat. Are you poor? Do you think you're poor? Do you think you're not poor? What even is a poor? Before we even start, a small reminder that us as Marxists don't really do poor and rich. Those are relatively like liberal understandings of one's place in any particular system. We do one's relationship to the way they generate money as a tool to establish where they find themselves in the particular hierarchical and economic system that they happen to find themselves in. So, can we watch this today? Maybe I'll put it on the list. Crap, I'm about to be propagandized into the Yugo cult. So yeah, basically the conversation about poor and wealthy is not even necessarily relevant very often. It is one's relationship to the means of production, to sound as larpy as possible, that are relevant to the conversation. What is the Marxist perspective of classiness, though? It is truly an incredible question coming in from Gabriel. I don't know. I might need to read up on my shit. But okay, let's see if we're poor. Is basically the question. Why is my thing not working, man? Fucking Google.
The World Economic Forum said, and this is a direct quote, by 2030, you will own nothing and you will be happy. There's a new breed of poor people out there.
Oh my God, epic post. And why is this at 2x speed? Yeah, chat, I listen to things at 2x speed when I actually watch it by myself. It's called TikTok brain.
Some by societal design, some by choice. They don't look poor on the surface. The World Economic Forum said, and this is a direct quote, by 2030, you will own nothing and you will be happy. There's a new breed of poor people out there.
Oh my God, they're hooking us really strong from the beginning. This is the type of quote that dumb people think is really smart. Even though it's true and it carries weight, you will own nothing and be happy is the direct consequence of a market economy running its course, where absolutely every single segment of life is turned into a commodity to be bought, sold, and in this case, rented out. One can make a lot more money from the wider population by renting out something that is supposed to be, at the very least, a basic human right, aka property.
Some by societal design, some by choice. They don't look poor on the surface, but they are cursed to live their entire lives being anxious about money. Welcome to Alux, the place where future billionaires come to get inspired.
Oh my God, I love this. I love this. I love this. I didn't know what the channel is about, where future billionaires trademark come to get inspired. This is absolutely phenomenal. Okay, I didn't know we were doing Chud Watch today. That wasn't the intention. I was like, maybe this video is okay. Apparently it's not. Ideology 15 signs you're poor. You're poor. 2025.
Fired. Number 1. Your rent consumes half of your income, or you still live with your parents. You don't own much, and what you do own fits in a suitcase, if someone would just lend you one. They told you location, 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 and now you're paying a premium price for a broom closet and a toilet. You tell yourself that it's fine because you wouldn't live anywhere else.
Thank you, Noel Castro, for the 4 months. Beautiful. Thank you very much.
But for the first time in modern history, we have multi-generational mortgages, meaning your parents have a mortgage that they won't be able to pay in their lifetime.
Exactly, and this is extremely fucked up and literally caused by an unsustainable drop in how much can be purchased at the same rate of profit adjusted to fiat currency, aka, the value of property does not adjust at the proper level to the devaluation of currency, which is again directly caused by the market economy. But this video is actually probably going to be fascinating because they will most likely outline a very specific true cases of what makes you poor, and they will outline how that's fucked up. But then they will whip and probably some very edgy answer out of their proverbial and literal ass on how to properly address this. Let me bet it's going to be work hard, don't make excuses, and you too can one day make it. Herder, herder, herder.
So they pass it off to you in the hopes that you'll become the owner. Owning a home is one of your biggest goals in life, yet you don't understand the house you live in is not an asset, but a liability. Hearing that doesn't make sense to you, which is why you're one of the new poor.
You should own less. Own absolutely nothing. Rent from us for your entire meaningless existence. That is what makes you a forward-thinking rich. You stupid poor.
Yes, okay? The boomer generation.
Hey, the fact that we most likely will never own any personal property, let alone our kids will definitely never own any personal property. Don't worry about that. That's absolutely fine. You should not utilize any material well-being that you have currently accumulated to potentially get a property. No. You should definitely not do that so that you lower the chances of your kids ever having property as well to minus 500%. We are very smart. It is good.
Screwed everything over for you, but there needs to be some level of personal responsibility if you're ever going to make something happen. But hey, math makes your brain hurt and you're more of a soft skill personality type. Your emergency.
What the fuck is this? This is written by AI, isn't it? What why did they attack soft skill people just out of the fucking left flank? Dude?
That doesn't make sense to you, which is why you're one of the new poor. Yes, okay, the boomer generation screwed everything over for you, but there needs to be some level of personal responsibility if you're ever going to make something happen. But hey, math makes your brain hurt and you're more of a soft skill personality type. Your emergency fund?
What is this video? Hey, you are stupid because you think that owning a house is an asset? You actually, like living on the street and eating banana peels, that's like very based because you're saving a lot of money. Also, like, fuck you if you have soft skills, and boomers fucking rock. Don't you know that? What the fuck are we? What the fuck, bro?
Is under $1,000.
Where's my fucking Zin? I was wondering why I'm pissed the fuck off for no reason. It's because I don't have any nick in my fucking addict body. Let me just go get the Zins very quickly. I really apologize for leaving you with whatever AI liberal demon this fucking thing is. Also, ad plays in 40 seconds. Don't want fucking ads, okay? People who own houses, cringe. People who don't hate on boomers, cringe. People with soft skills, cringe. People that watch AI, also cringe. So don't be like the new poor. Give me $6 and don't watch a fucking ad. I'll be right back. That's how this platform would pitch a subscription.
Basically, you've got no emergency fund. Ask yourself truthfully, if you had no ability to generate money starting today, would you be able to afford your current lifestyle, rent, bills, food, health for 3 months? If your answer is no, then know that you are what's considered to be the new poor. You are one small emergency away from personal bankruptcy. The last time something like this happened, you either borrowed money or pawned or sold some of your stuff. You justify it by calling your...
Sorry, let's go back. I have to get lipped up! Okay. Reminder, the less you eat, drink, buy books, go to the theater or to the balls or to the pub, and the less you think, love, theorize, sing, paint, fence, etc., the more you will be able to save, and the greater will become your treasure, which neither moth nor rust will corrupt, your capital. The less you are, the less you express your life, the more you have, the greater is your alienated life, and the greater is the saving of your alienated being. Hank is the chatter here that will send us pictures of massive furry cocks and then drop one of the most beautiful and one of my most favorite Marxian quotes of all time. I fucking love it. Thank you, Lele, for the 9 months, and thank you, Coherent Contradiction, as well. I love coherent contradictions. This whole video is exactly that. Not very coherent, though. Okay, what are we zinning today? High energy, high octane Yugo. We are zinning the Valo 3, baby, okay? Some 12 milligrams right into my she. Yes, baby. Oh my God. The coffee has kicked in. Okay. Furry cocks. Yes, furry cocks, Hank. Now, back to our regularly scheduled podcast. Indeed. Okay. Sorry. Let me just pop this. Let me pop this. Okay. Thank you. Coherent contradiction one more time. Okay, let's see what makes us poor. So this video apparently is not about depending on how much you own, how much you gross, etc. That's what I thought it was going to be about. they're going to say like, oh, if you don't own this and this much property, or if you don't make this and this amount of money, then you are poor. I thought it was going to be a statistical video that we can kind of deep dive, but this is much better. So let's go.
Makes your brain hurt and you're more of a soft skill personality type. Your emergency fund is under $1,000. Basically, you've got no emergency fund. Ask yourself truthfully, if you had no ability to generate money starting today, would you be able to afford your current lifestyle, rent, bills, food, health for 3 months? If your answer is no, then know that you are what's considered to be the new poor. You are one small emergency away from personal bankruptcy. The last time something like this happened, you either borrowed money or pawned or sold some of your stuff. You justify it by calling yourself a free...
Of course, this is not self-sustainable, and this is very masochistic. Eventually, you will have to pay the bill, or your family members will have to pay the bill. But you see, the ideological, I mean, it is Ideology Saturday, the ideological twist they do here. You exist in a system to which you contribute by inputting labor, and yet, because of its inefficiency, it does not manage to give you enough to simply exist. And then it's your fault that you take even the slightest of luxuries that you might not be able to afford because, you don't want to feel fucking awful 24/7. So it blames you for your consumer habits and pushes away the entirety of the blame from the fact that it is so inefficient that it cannot get the majority of the population over which this system governs any basic fucking financial feasibility. Okay? It's victim blaming. This definition of why did she wear the short skirt? He wouldn't have essayed her. This is just capitalism gaslighting us and victim blaming us for its inability to give working people a basic living wage.
Spirit and say that possessions are holding you back, when in reality you feel lost and anxious. You blame it on the state of things, on capitalism, on the world being on fire, but the truth is you avoid thinking about it the same way people avoid going to the doctor because they might find something is wrong. Your decision not to face the truth is only doing you more.
No, my friend, you avoid talking about it or thinking about it because you view the lens as a fucking parasitic worm which only cares about how much it can eat from the carcass of whatever body you have injected yourself in. And that body, in this case, is general human society. The rest of us would like that body to start functioning again so we can actually do something interesting with it. You fucking parasites.
Or damage later on, but you're okay with that because, hey, that's future you's problem.
Oh, no. We should hyper-focus on becoming individually wealthy, on exploiting as many people as we can, stepping over as many corpses as we can, because that is actually planning for the future. That is actually playing 3 steps in advance.
Number 3, you don't have a career, you have a job, and even that might be taken over by AI soon. And you barely earn enough to cover your living costs, and you go out a couple of nights a month. You've got a certain lifestyle that hangs on by a thread, but since that thread hasn't broken so far, you keep at it. This job isn't what you want to do, so there's no point in figuring out how to get promoted because that would mean even more responsibility doing something you hate.
Yes, this person exists. The person that would not like to get promoted exists. Definitely real.
Hate. So you do it poorly, but not poorly enough to get fired or anything, and in exchange your boss...
Victim blaming, more victim blaming. No, we understand that we're getting ripped off, so we're like, okay, I'm gonna put in my bare fucking minimum. It's actually called being fucking smart. Oh, dude.
This pays you just enough so you don't quit. You're both unhappy with this arrangement, but you push through. You've got this idea of buying land out of the city, growing your own food, and maybe having some small rentals that would supplement your income or...
Oh my god, being self-sustainable to an extent. Holy shit, disgusting.
Doing something creative with your life. But you've been having these ideas for over a decade and you haven't done shit. You don't see technology as a threat because you think you'll be able to reinvent yourself anyway, but there are fewer and fewer avenues where that might be the case. So, deep down, you just block all this out. Number 4.
Oh, yes. Why do we block all this out? Sure, that's not what you're supposed to do, in my modest opinion. But us as so-called Marxists, we ask the question, why do people run away from particular problems? And we answer it very simply. People don't run away from particular problems. They just spend years and years, sometimes even decades, bashing their head against the fucking proverbial wall of capitalism, realizing that, holy shit, the wall ain't cracking, I ain't making it, so I might as well stop bashing my head in as much as I did before, because, hey, I would like a head. Great allegories from Yugo today.
You've got student debt. Or
yeah, she's enjoying it so much. She's like, you fucking poor cunt, you squeezed little bitch, you fucking poor.
other debts for that matter. You realize your degree didn't do much in today's economy. You keep pursuing this field of your specialization just so you don't feel like you've wasted all that money, but plumbers and electricians are out earning you by a landslide.
Hey, viewer, we are definitely not sponsored by big capital that is realizing that we need more people that are in these fields. So we're not indirectly motivating you to not pursue maybe what your passion is, but do something that will give you some financial stability, but might not actually fulfill you. Which, by the way, of course, working in all of these jobs can very much so fulfill you. I'm not saying it doesn't. This is just another attempt at a repeat. Thank you, Raiders. Hello, Lesbian Hot Sauce. I hope you had a very, very good stream. Everybody go check out, give a follow to Lesbian Hot Sauce. Thank you for the raid. What was I saying before the raid came in? This is another classic, the way in the States is they basically invented the so-called middle class in order to create new social identities for people in the working class so that they no longer identify with the wider working class. This is yet another attempt. It's like people with degrees versus people that work manual labor versus people that quote-unquote
other debts for that matter. You realize your degree didn't do much in today's economy. You keep pursuing this field of your specialization just so you don't feel like you've wasted all that money, but plumbers and electricians are out earning.
Because you see, if you have a university degree, your actual enemy is the electrician and the plumber. Hey, electrician and plumber, you are making relatively decent money, but the person with the university degree that gave so much money for that university degree isn't. Time for you to feel like you're a member of a different class than them and rub it in their noses as much as possible, because look at those stupid fucking schmucks. I am on top. AI is definitely not going to replace my job one day as well. No. Because currently it's not, but it is replacing that designer over there, which is also not happening, but let's imagine it does. So I get to feel smarter for doing something that is currently not being replaced by AI, even though it's going to be replaced one day. What I'm saying is this is a classic example of divide et imperum. Divide. Invent new categories where people wanna fit, so that they can, instead of unifying as a community, so that they can look at the other categories which are also invented, point at them and say, no, you suck, we are actually at odds continuously.
You by a landslide.
So much of it would be fixed by fixing the housing market. I'm jealous of bears in their caves. As an electrician, I got told by college graduates so many times that I was overpaid. No, you're underpaid, was my response. Exactly. Beautiful. There you go, Sparky. Be like Sparky. Be like Sparky. That's the point. That is class consciousness, okay? Sparky, that is class consciousness. We're not even going to call it class consciousness anymore. We're going to call it Sparky consciousness.
The thing about debt is you have to realize that you're not even broke. You're less than broke. A homeless person on the street might not have much, but they're above $0. You, on the other hand, don't have that luxury. You're actually on the negative side. You need to work for several years to catch up to them, and even when you do generate income, the bank that acts as your master needs to get paid first so you survive.
Yeah, and I love how that their solution to this is instead of being a slave to the bank, which, yes, fuck the bank, but at least after you pay off your mortgage, you get to keep the property. So no, slave to bank, very bad. Be slave to landlord who you pay rent to. And then, obviously, when they hear me say this, they're like, herder, but like the landlord has to pay for upkeep and you can like always leave that apartment and go to another one. Isn't that extremely flexible, my brother? Hi, bro. Thank you, Gabriel. Call my dog for financial advice. She's got 3 incomes, free food, free toys, and free shelter. She's on that grind set. She makes fucking YouTube videos. Thank you, Debo, for gifting. We are 9 gifts away now from me gifting another 5 because I hate money, but I hate ads more.
And what's left? If you are unable to pay it, your student debt gets handed off to your children. Let that sink in. Number 5, you've got no investable assets.
Oh my God, no investments. No, you got no investments. That means you poor brother.
If you want to grow your wealth, you need to own something that generates or increases in value over time. Your car, for example, that's a liability, okay, not an asset. You need to put gas in there, you've got to change the oil.
Oh my God, guys, did you know that a car is a liability? Don't you know that buying that overpriced coffee at them Starbucks is a liability? Don't you know that all the money you should spend is invest? Do you have $500 in your bank account now? Buy crypto. Buy crypto right now. Put it in the S&P. I'm very smart.
I'll fix it up when
this is like wisdom for fucking idiots.
it breaks, pay for insurance.
This is the type of shit that sounds smart to literal fucking idiots.
So
like, oh, you don't fucking say that the car is a liability. What are you, 12?
Costing you money just to have it. What do you have in your life outside of yourself that's either making you money or going up in value consistently? This right here is why 90% of the population is struggling financially.
They're struggling financially because they are not investors. I love you. Please marry me. That is why. I have a proposition. Okay? I do believe that all of us should be investors. And as investors, we are also owners. Okay? So I have this idea. So like, every employee of the company produces value for that company, right? And when they produce that value, that de facto makes them investors in said company. So when they become investors in companies by producing capital value for the company, and the company makes profit, what if, I don't know, chat, like think about it, what if then that company shares that profit with its labor force? Oh no, wait, that doesn't count as investor. You spending the majority of your living, of your waking hours as an adult, working for a particular enterprise, that doesn't count as investing. Only accrued capital that is pushed into a particular publicly traded company, that is investing. One thing actually produces value. The other thing is moving money around. And in a great society, we want the people moving money around to be generating capital, not people producing said value. I am very smart capitalist man indeed. Herder. This is a completely rational way of organizing society. Ha ha ha.
Love going to Starbucks and buying overpriced coffee.
I just felt like Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie. There it is. Woo! Woo! I called it when she was talking about the car. And then boom, shakalaka, we got it with the coffee, buddy. Chat, the reason you do not have enough money to invest and make the big monies is because you spent $8 a day on covfefe. If you only invested $8 a day instead of in a coffee into an actual investment portfolio, in a matter of a year, you could turn those $2,400 into $2,650 Holy shit, that would solve all your problems. I have definitely invested money before.
And snacks. But do you own any Starbucks stock? Do you know that you can buy one share of Starbucks for only like $100? Most platforms today allow you to buy...
That's 120 days worth of coffee, okay? And how much return can I get on that? And how much return, like unironically, let's think like capitalists, how much return can I get on drinking caffeine, which makes me highly more productive, like a lot more productive, a lot faster, etc., etc., which could then lead me to making more money than a measly, what is it, 120? Even if you double that $100, which is, again, like 120 days of you not drinking coffee, if you double it, that means profit is $100. Do you think that if you consume coffee for 120 days, that leads to an increase in profitability, which leads to you being richer for at least $100? Of course it fucking does. Are you fucking stupid? Yes, you are. Basically what I'm saying is, in order to buy one stock of Starbucks that costs $100, you can just drink you can drink coffee for 120 days, this fictional $8 coffee, right? And the question is, what if the Starbucks stock like doubles in those 120 days from $100 to $200? That means, you made profit, $100 profit. Do you think you will be able to make a lot more money by drinking coffee and being more hyper and more productive? But no.
Less than that in a fractional share. And if the company does...
13 days, 100, what the fuck? In 12 days, not 120 days.
Well, not only does the price of your stock go up, but you
12
get paid
days,
dividends.
not 120.
For example, Starbucks pays a 2% dividend. That means for every $100 you invest in Starbucks, you're getting $2 every year. And
oh my God.
There's no limit to how much or how little you can buy. Number 6, inflation.
Dude, okay, 12 days. If for 12 days you literally just sit outside with your hand like this, you will make much more than the dividend that you get from that shit. And you get to drink a delicious coffee. This channel is indeed sponsored by Starbucks.
Is outpacing your earning power. You know you're the new poor when things are becoming more expensive faster than you're able to increase your income. Right now, the price of goods and services in the US is approximately 20% higher than it was 5 years ago. Houses are 23% more expensive, medical services are 47%.
And don't forget, chat, that is indeed your fault. Just like how it's going to be your fault if you watch the ad that is going to play in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Join us on our great jihad against advertising, and for every 10 gift subs, I donate 5. Because contrary to this lady's financial advice, I do actually hate money, but I hate ads more. Or become a sub yourself for $6 a month or free through Prime. Thank you very much, Ka. Thank you very much, Ka.
Percent more expensive. The list goes on, okay, and it doesn't look like things are going to get any better anytime soon. If your income didn't increase by 50% in the last 5 years, you're 50% poorer. To put things into perspective, you're experiencing the highest inflation in the last 40 years. In other words, this is the worst you've experienced so far.
Okay, so the system we find ourselves in is slowly making our already minimum return on our labor even more worthless. And that is your problem. It's your fault, you stupid fuck. Thank you, Gabriel, for the 100 bits. My best plan for the future is to take out life insurance and hits out on family and friends. That is absolutely brilliant. Do not do that. Thank you, fucking Palmer, for the 5 gifties, you beautiful oiler, you. I love being fucking oiled as a slide in between these chuds, bro. Oh my God, it's so fucking good, bro.
Safe and stable job? Well, it might not cut it for much longer. Number 7.
Yeah, just re-listen to this. This is evil shit. This is evil shit. They're like, you have a safe and a stable job. That is no longer enough, you fucking plebeian. And then you ask, okay, what's the solution? Don't have a car and don't drink coffee. and invest. What would happen with the economy if all of us stopped working and became investors? I wonder what would happen. I wonder why the entirety of society would collapse if all of us became investors, but almost nothing would happen if all of us stopped being investors. I wonder who's more important to that same economy. It's very strange.
Stable job? Well, it might not.
Also, Amber Frost put it incredibly well. These Americans working paycheck to paycheck do deserve to get coffee with their friends, do deserve treats, do deserve to go out without it costing a fifth of our paychecks. In the past month, Starbucks has gone down a reasonable percentage, and since forever, it has been entirely fucking stagnant. From an investment perspective, putting money into Starbucks right now or the past 15 years is like wiping your shit on it and putting it into a sink. Exactly. Beautifully put.
Cut it for much longer. Number 7, you use payment plans to buy things, although you end up paying more. Buy now, pay later services and installment payments are everywhere these days. You mean I can just pay a little bit now and get my hands on it immediately and then pay the rest later in multiple installments? Sure, sign me up. But
you mean banks have realized that people can afford absolutely nothing, and what was a system previously to get people to buy very, very expensive things like houses or cars is now applied to everyday consumable items, including fucking food and water. And you not being able to pay for those so that you have to go to the big evil banker is actually not a systematic problem. You're just stupid. Yes, I love how like there's this like fictitious person running around all the time buying Louis Vuittons and 5,000 PCs on credit cards. Like that person is like, they're just like a goblins. Like, oh, I have to accrue debt. I have to accrue debt for things that I do not deserve or earned. Incredible.
What most people don't realize is there's an interest attached to this service.
So all of you other poors that do not have accrued debt for these particular commodities feel superior as compared to those other ones.
Which can be up to 30% more if you were to pay the full amount. Let's say a phone costs $1,000. You can either pay the $1,000 up front or get it in installments. Most people assume the installments would be 4 payments of $250, adding up to $1,000, but that is not how it works.
Are you 12 years old? No, most people are not 12 years old. They know what credit is. They know what... Most people... Who is this fictitious imbecile that is running around buying PlayStations, PCs, Louis V's, and cars on credit, thinking that, oh my God, that's just like postponing my payment. It's super based. You know where that did exist, though? In socialist Yugoslavia, where you could get bank loans from the state bank with, you know how big of an interest rate? 0.1%. So that you can build your house and then slowly pay the bank back exactly how much it gave you. That existed. My grandpa built his whole fucking house on such a loan. But no.
The average retailer will typically charge a flat interest rate between 11 to 27%. So instead of paying 4 installments of $250, you agree to pay 4 installments of $300.
Whoa.
At the end, the retailer pockets $1,200, $200 more than what you should have paid. Just because you have enough money in your pocket to take it home today doesn't mean that you can afford it.
Of course, and you cannot afford it. You cannot afford it. Don't do this unless you can afford not to do this, especially not for luxury products. I'm not saying that this is based. I'm saying that this happens relatively commonly because people can't afford anything, okay? That's the problem is people not being able to afford anything. That's why loan sharks exist, aka banks, aka credit cards. No mass poverty, no loan sharks, and no credit cards.
Number 8. You transact primarily with digital money, not cash. If we were to tell you that cash was a superior form of payment from a value perspective, you might call us crazy. It takes 32 digital transactions for the value to go from the individual to the credit card companies. So bear with us for a second, okay? This will blow your mind. Let's say you've got $50 in your bank account. Every time you pay for something online with your phone or credit card, MasterCard, Visa, and the payment processors charge a fee of 2.87% to 4.35% for each transaction.
Again, why does that happen? Why is that super fucked up? Because we have given private institutions power over how we transact. That is literally like companies were created which have commodified the very process of money exchanging hands. And that is stupid and it is fucked up, but it is again the logical repercussion of running a untouched free market system. That's the getting it halfway right, the video.
To make matters worse, it's usually
because like they will say something like that. This is why this is not even problematic. This is like batshit insane and evil. They will say, you know, look at this fucked up thing. It's actually your fault that you're like interacting with this insanely fucked up thing. Like,
actually a small fee plus the percentage. You can ask any online retailer and they'll tell you exactly what their split is. So you take your $50 and you go to a retailer to spend it. Not all $50 end up in that retailer's account. Assuming a 3% processing fee, only $48.50 is available for that retailer to spend. The retailer goes and spends it, the processors take their cut once again, and out of that initial $50, you only have $47.30 left. They will chip away at it every time you use digital.
Yeah, and that is super fucked up. They simply like, yes, they streamline the process and they take far too much from the process. The process should be completely socialized, aka in this particular case, run by the financial branch of the government. That should be their fucking job, of the state bank, of the federal bank, whatever you want to call it.
Digital money to pay. Do this 32
In capitalism, nothing is more profitable than being a middleman. Make crazy money for doing the least amount of work, but take the most amount of credit. Beautifully put.
times, and almost all of the value has been moved from the hands of society into the pockets of these businesses. So why was
From the hands of society into the pockets of these businesses. But we only hyper-focus on this because it is costing businesses a lot. Very interesting.
cash a superior form of payment? Well, if I gave you a $50 bill, you get $50. If you go somewhere and buy something worth $50, that person gets to keep all the value too. Not to mention that banking institutions, well, they charge you a maintenance fee just for keeping your own money in your account. Number 9.
Whoa, did you know this? Fucking. Oh, holy shit. Yes, obviously cash is much better because you do not pay the fucking parasite that is the middleman between the retailer and you. But the fact that there is such a thing as a retailer between, such a thing as a middleman between you and the retailer is because we turned the very process of money exchanging hands into an industry, which is exploiting, yes, both the retailer and you as a consumer. But if you really look at it, not really that much the retailer, because the retailer knows that he's now losing 3.5% on the transaction. So they either increase the price or they lower labor costs, aka they pay their workers less, or they hire less people so that they can still be making the same profit rate, while only damaging the worker or the customer. This is fucking basic shit.
You are your parents' retirement plan.
Also, cash isn't better, nor is exiting from the transaction economy because credit scores. That is a very good point, Nanashi Makoto. So even if you do want to exit this particular thing, and if you live in the U.S. in particular, and it's slowly coming to some European Union countries, you do not actually have a traceable manner through which can allow you to show your bank what kind of let's call it how much financial hygiene you have. So you're then fucked from the other side. It's the normal everyday consumer and worker is just like screwed no matter what you do.
The new poor are chained to costs unrelated directly to them. Your parents did poorly in life. No savings, no investments, little pension, and now that they're older, you realize there's no real way for them to support themselves, so you have to step.
Okay, so it's your parents' fault that they didn't do very well and leave you with a lot of money. Okay, we can blame something completely fictional like the parents for not listen to what she says again.
Did poorly in life.
Your parents did poorly in life. We can blame parents, okay, for not leaving you the millions upon millions, but we cannot blame a system for not giving you a livable wage, right? They find something the same way they want to make the plumber fight the person with the university degree. They want you to not blame these issues on a inefficient system, but instead on your parents for not having been more efficient in an inefficient system. The whole thing is passing blame. And that is the definition of reactionary mentality, okay? This is not simply like classic neoliberal propaganda. This is fascist thinking. This is fascist thinking. It is pushing a systematic analysis to the side, and it is pointing you at humans, groups of humans, that you can blame for your current situation in life. It doesn't have to be. That's what we want. Like a long time ago, we watched that quasi philosopher talk about how boomers really fucked over the kids, etc., etc. There's just another form of. Oh, look at the Jews or look at the blacks. It's like, oh, look at the boomers or look at your parents were fucking losers or et cetera, et cetera. It's moving away, again, to repeat myself, your attention from very real systematic problems that one can address through systematic change or the overhaul of the whole system towards particular groups that are now supposed to be blamed. Like the guy from the TED Talk, exactly. I want to hate you because you're a commie, but you seem to be an Yugopnik fan, so I'll hear you out for a minute. An Yugopnik fan? Well, welcome, bro. We're a big anti-ad people, but by Yugopnik, I think I know what you mean.
No savings, no investments, little pension, and now that they're older, you realize there's no real way.
Adeptus Mechanicus, you mean? I fucking love the Adeptus Mechanicus, dude. In the long term, if the Empire wins, brother, the Empire wins, the Adeptus Mechanicus will develop far quicker than the filthy organic dogs, and eventually Mars will become the main planet, not Terra, in their disgusting organic flesh condoms, okay?
Way for them to support themselves, so you have to step up. Your parents will need support, treatment for illnesses that become more and more frequent. You're happy to be there for them, sure, but you realize that you can barely take care of yourself. So your already poor financial life is taking an even bigger hit as the hole just keeps getting deeper. You tell yourself that you'll figure it out, but the confidence is kinda low.
Dude, does this not sound like a findom? This sounds like a findom. Like, just re-listen to this. This sounds like a fetish. Like, the guys that take these videos seriously, do they listen to them and like fucking whack? Like, oh my God, yes, I'm so fucking pathetic. Oh, like, just listen again. Like, and just try to take it sexually because it's very sexual.
It's taking an even bigger hit as the hole just keeps getting deeper. You tell yourself
the hole is deeper. Oh yes, baby, tell me the financial hole is so deep.
That you'll figure it out, but the confidence is kinda low.
Oh, I'm gonna nut.
Number 10. Everyone around you is living the same way you are.
Tell me that was not sexual as shit.
Everybody around you is struggling. Not a single person is thriving. And you're fine with that, and blame the system, whatever that is.
No, blame your parents. Blame Visa and MasterCard, but not any other corporation. The video blamed like 10 categories of people, but none of them is the system. Don't you dare talk about the goddamn system, child.
You know, you can look at someone's group of friends and quickly realize exactly who they are. If everyone is dealing with the same struggles and no one is winning, there's no path out. There's no guidance. Nobody is clearing a path.
Exactly. So you should abandon all your friends that are not doing well, and you should only be friends with people based on the similarity between their bank account statement and your bank account statement. God forbid you actually hang out with people you like. No chat. Absolutely everything should be a laser hyper focus on increasing shareholder value. So if your friends are not doing Jujugachi Jeondai, then they are not really your friends. Find friends that do Jujugachi Jeondai on the same level as you do for your shareholders. And that is called building a true, prosperous community. Let's go, brother.
The new poor have already given up. There's no motivation to change it.
Imagine you hang out with your friends and you're like, the first thing you do is you show each other your bank statements. And if somebody's lagging behind, you kick them out of the bar.
Anything because the problems seem out of their control, so they settle in mediocrity. If you're surrounded by losers, by poor, unmotivated individuals, you need other sources of income.
Yes, abandon your friends that are not doing as well financially. Abandon them. Be a disgusting, wheezy little traitor, dude. Disgusting, wheezy little traitor, okay? Call people that might not be doing as well as you financially mediocrities, and call them stupid and call them lazy, and never put yourself in their shoes. Fucking stupid little poor bitches. Now I make more money than them. Why the fuck should I hang out with people I make more money than, dude? Imagine hanging out with someone and not constantly obsessing about how much money they're making. Imagine having a friend that you cannot use as a tool to make more money. Imagine, like, fucking loser bitch mentality, bro. Loser bitches, okay? You don't kick them out. You sacrifice them to the companies on the spot. Kidneys cost a lot. Of these people have never had a friend, and that's why they say these things. They have. They just, this is called, I'm glad that today's stream is called Ideology Saturday. This is your brain on pure, unadulterated, capitalist grind set, okay? This is grind set brain on steroids. This is just grind set brain. A new type of, not a new, an old tumor, but because most of the people watching this, max 1% of them actually make some serious money, right? So at 99% of the people watching this, giving it a like and quite literally most likely masturbating to it, are from the perspective of capitalism, loser-ass bitches that think that one day they're not going to be loser-ass bitches. The definition of class traders, if you would like to call it that.
Input, okay? You can still...
Henry friendless people out there, I'll be your friend for $15 an hour. Gabriel, if you're talking about me, I'm much more expensive, okay? I am much more expensive.
be friendly.
Speaking of which, that's why you should pay me to be your friend. $6 a month or free through Prime, and avoid the ad that's going to play in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Or gift some subbies, because I will gift some subbies back. That's what differentiates me from these capitalist ghouls. Because I hate money, but I hate ads more. We are 4 gift subs away from me donating another 5. So 4 equals 9. Math does math.
But you won't find the answers with them. How valuable would it be for you to have a mentor?
Chad, I just got a deja vu. This is so nice. My girlfriend has a theory that if, obviously it's mumbo jumbo, but still it's cute. If you ever get a deja vu, that means that in all parallel alternative dimensions, this is kind of like a hook point, one that happens in all the parallel dimensions, which kind of terrifies me. That means I'm a streamer in all parallel worlds. In the whole multiverse, Yugo is a streamer, which is kind of absolutely terrifying, okay?
Someone to point you in the right direction and teach you how to build your life brick by brick. How much would you be willing to give someone to show you the way to a great life? Some in your... Find the answers with them. How valuable would it be for you to have a mentor, someone to point you in the right direction and teach you how to build your life brick by brick?
I love how the mentor has... check out the mentor. The mentor has a Monopoly glasses. Mentor out here with Monopoly glasses, bro. Yes, the mentor is actually your boss. The one ripping you off. That's the guy you should really look up to. Because maybe one day, chat, maybe one day you will get to wear the boot that steps on other people's necks. The future of temporarily embarrassed millionaire is a temporarily embarrassed poor person. You could be an organizer in the 1910s, screaming at workers on the street corner, kind of the old form of streaming. Yeah, I mean that's what I keep telling you. Like, but in the 1910s, they would sit in pubs and scream at each other about socialist theory. That's my relationship to you, chat. I keep repeating this. Like a lot of like very like heavily theory oriented streamers. That there it's and video essayists. There it's a classroom sort of interaction. The streamers that do news, that's the newsroom type of interaction. And with me, it's a bunch of edgy girls, boys, and NBs in a fucking bar screaming at each other about the particular niche interpretations of what the Soviet Union did right or wrong in 1921 in November.
How much would you be willing to give someone to show you the way to a great life? Some in your position would say everything. And we built the Alex app for people just like you.
Oh, we're gonna be your brother. I'm gonna teach you how to make that fucking money, but just buy my app, bro. Buy my app. Yo, bro, buy my app, bro. Buy my app, bro. I'm gonna teach you how to not be. Thank you, smartest man in the Balkans. God, time flies by. Maybe this video will teach me how to move out of Bosnia. Do not betray your ancient homeland, Tavarish. No move out of Bosnia. Bosnia, very good, very best. But this video will tell you the same thing. You are actually loyal to the place you were born in. You actually want to contribute to your community. Fuck your community. Move to a richer place.
Millions of dollars.
If it applies to friend groups, it definitely applies to countries. But I'm sure a lot of like great patriots in here watching this video are like, no, that does not apply on the same thing, brother.
Of coaching sessions, actionable mentor advice, and step-by-step plans right at your fingertips. And if you download the app and scan the QR code on screen, you can get yourself a yearly subscription for.
Why did nobody tell me that my fucking glass looks weird? My glub. My little glassy. Let's make the glassy bigger. Look at my little glassy. Oh, it's so thick. It's so thick. There we go. Thank you for the 2,000 subs. We're exactly at 2,000 subs. That's beautiful.
25% off as a gift from us to you. The cost of just eating out at a nice restaurant once.
But didn't you just tell me that like spending money on unnecessary things instead of investing them is actually very stupid? Why would I spend money on you after you gave me advice to invest all my money in actual financial institutions? The fuck? What's my return on this investment? Oh, but it is very high. Our information is very important.
10 minutes
but this is an investment. Classic.
Day and just see what happens.
I'm an investment. Trust me, bro. I'm definitely an investment. Trust me, bro. Don't drink coffee ever. Instead, give me money. Trust me, bro.
Say Luxor, because
it's very ironic to say as a streamer who 100% makes money off of subscriptions. I know it's ironic, but still.
100,000 people have downloaded the app, and their lives are changing progressively for the better.
Oh, yeah.
While you're out there missing out because, well, you don't trust that anything could ever be different. So download the app.
No, I am actually on the grind set, and I don't give money to any fucking weird people on YouTube, okay? I am the weird person on YouTube that gets the money.
Scan the QR code and allow us to prove you wrong. Number 11. You pay for the services and one-off experiences, not the goods. The way the market keeps you poor is by limiting how much value you're able to acquire. They're selling you this service-focused lifestyle where you no longer own anything. Instead, you pay a substantial amount to use what they own.
Yes. That's what you do with your app. This has to be a joke. They really put this segment after they pitched a service. for a particular price a month. Help me out, chat. I'm glitching. I'm glitching. Brain rot spreading into important parts of my nebula.
Don't own a car, you Uber everywhere.
We tried watching. No, brother, sister, MB. We are being surprised by the chudness.
You don't even own a
We
bike.
didn't intend to. It's Theory Saturday, but apparently everything is chud now.
You rent an electric scooter because walking takes you an extra 7 minutes. This generational shift removes a walking car, you Uber everywhere. You don't even own what they own. You don't own a car, you Uber everywhere. You
just told us earlier not to buy a car because you also told us to rent and not buy property. To rent is literally paying, quote unquote, for a service. It's not even a service, but you get my point from the lens of it. This is art. This is absolutely incredible.
You don't even own a bike, you rent an
Lease a car, big man.
electric scooter because walking takes you an extra 7 minutes.
This video would go hard if I had brain damage for real. Absolutely. Use this video as a litmus test. Okay. Copy the link. It's in the pinned comments. And send it to 10 people in your life that you care about. I know that many of you don't have 10, so send it to the 2. Okay? I'm sorry. That was just too good not to say. And just without saying anything, send them the link. And if any of them reply with, yo, bro, that was actually super insightful. Yo, thank you. Oh, my God, that was actually really smart. You have stupid friends and family members. This is the ultimate, like, idiot litmus test. This is like, if they like this video, they're dumb as fuck. And they need help. We're Marxists here. We don't, like, point and laugh. You need to help them. At that point, it's all in your court. You really need to dig them out, whatever fucking hole they're in, okay?
This generational
I live in Texas, bro. Yeah, you're fucked.
shift removes value from the lives of the youth. If you own the scooter, well, after a few years, you might be able to sell it and return some of the money you spent to acquire it back into your pocket. Convenience is costing you money. You're paying $15 at a time, and it doesn't sound like much, but you just don't realize how expensive this actually is in the long run. The average millennial will spend over $300,000 in the next 25 years, compared to approximately $75,000 if they were to use public transport efficiently. Everything is digital now. You buy digital games, digital goods. There's zero resale value there. Once you spend the money, it is
Okay, remember this?
5. You've got no investable assets. If you want to grow your wealth, you need to own something that generates or increases in value over time. Your car, for example, that's a liability, okay, not an asset. Value there. Once you spend the money, it is gone. You no longer repair things either, you just replace them fully, but that's another story. Number 12.
Chat, I think we're drinking. Macallan 12. Thanks to you, chatters. I bought it for my girlfriend's uncle. I don't drink expensive shit like this, but let's indulge. It is a new year after all.
12. You overpay for the little things, but
Cheers.
you do it consistently. You consider them small treats, but it's the same with the ride-sharing example. You're overpaying by 300 to 500% for the illusion of convenience. Here's the
Can't do this shit sober, no, brother, no.
comparison, okay? The average coffee at Starbucks costs $2.50. Not the fancy drinks, just a regular cup of joe. But making that same coffee yourself costs about 36 cents, everything included. You're paying 7x for something. Brand name medication is 5 times more expensive than generic medication, although they have the same chemical construct.
Why?
Marketing got you paying 4
Because your parents were poor and you're stupid and fuck you. and it's not the system. The video actively had a segment in which it's like, you're stupid for calling out the system for its inadequacies. And then it goes on to show us the system's inadequacies, but it blames us for only having those particular commodities at that price range to consume in the first place. It stopped being funny. It's sad now.
$400 for a Gucci t-shirt that costs $6 because you want the status that comes with it. With none of these expenses, you're getting any additional benefits in terms of
I
quality.
love this argument because the entirety of the pitch of this video and of this entire channel is how to become a billionaire, which after a couple of million holds no value except status, except elevating yourself to a post-human creature that, because of the amount of capital they have accrued, can manipulate whole fucking societies because they have reached the status of, I don't know, capitalist post-human. Status. Your whole channel is about status. But it is very cringe when guy buy Gucci shirt. Haha, look at poor. Haha.
Quality, yet you
I buy quickly depreciating asset called a yacht. You buy quickly depreciating asset called shirt. I am better person at spend money than you. Chat, I am better at spend money than you. That means I am better person. That means I'm more sophisticated. You simply spend thousands of dollars in commodities. I spend millions. You make your whole life revolve around just spending thousands. I will not point at you and make fun of how that's absolutely insane and you identify with commodities and that completely rips your very humanity out of your soul. And then I'm going to go and do the same thing just with commodities that are valued at higher prices. That's the shallowness at the end of the day. The most fun part of capitalist shallowness, because there's nothing to offer you. It will sit here and it will tell you that you are stupid for having that Starbucks coffee, for wearing that Gucci t-shirt, for going more into debt because you want quote-unquote nice things or you just want to barely survive. And it's going to tell you you're stupid for doing this. And then it's going to tell you, instead of doing this, spend most of your time generating capital, investing, etc., so that you can what? So you can be rich, so that you can what? So that you can consume things. Just more expensive things. It has nothing to offer you except consumption. That's it. It's the peak of its understanding of self, of life, of purpose. Be smart. Don't waste your money now because you can accrue more money so you can waste it on bigger stuff. That's it. That's it. And only because of that level of greed that does not really lead to any sort of enlightenment, we are ready to betray fellow man, exploit fellow man, put fucking kids in cobalt mines, ruin the one planet that we know is hospitable, separate into monkey-ass fucking states and tribes and shoot at each other. That's why. That's why. Because stuff. The core tenets of being human and following capitalist ideology are de facto at odds. It's a suicide cult.
Consistently overpay despite not being able to afford it. Number 13. You prioritize the present over the future.
Juju gache jeungdae.
Sure.
And the funny thing about Juju Gacha Jeongdae, which is Korean for increased shareholder value, is that the very shareholders whose value you are increasing end up being wealthier. And what do they use that wealth on? Making sure that the status quo continues and you remain under and they remain above. But what is under, what is above? Digits on bank accounts, assets owned, flashiness of car and house, number of cars, number of houses, how much you can lobby a government or not. It's just, I don't, how do some people like genuinely think that this is the shit, that this is human nature, that this is how, that this is the destiny of our species, to fucking peak at this mega mall of a planet. This is all of it. Like, genuinely, don't you want more? Don't you want more? Don't you want more? And they do. They just never were able to comprehend what more means. And if you don't know anything about the soul, then it does feel really good to have 100 rocks when the Neanderthal next to you only has 50 rocks. Why do you need the rocks? You never question it. Because you have more rocks than other guy. And that is ideology.
The new poor are the YOLO generation. You follow trends that urge you to give it all to the present and not to care about the consequences. The trending TikTok sound of the day is, you'll make the money back, but you'll never be X years old doing stupid shit, so spend it. Sounds good in theory, but in practice, you're actually borrowing from the future, and that bill is coming.
So that you can, as I said previously, so that you can have money in the future to spend it when you're older on bigger thing. It's so shallow. It is so shallow.
And soon. Personal responsibility is adamant. If you only have $200 in your account, you're $35,000 in debt, why would you spend $75 going out on a Friday night?
Imagine a Friday night out only costing $75. Pasta, yeah, but
Number 14. You lack any high demand.
Do you see Adrian Elon on Fortnite Friday? Connor cooked. Yeah, it was funny.
Hard skills. Your skills include spending time on the internet and a vague interest in something oddly specific, like locally brewed craft beer, dark cartoon theories, or trying to make your pet Instagram famous, although we both know that ship has sailed. The new poor are alive but don't know how to do much. They just vibe.
Why is that just the new poor? That's been the poor forever. That's an interesting ideological direction they want to go in. Why do you think that happens, chat? I don't know. I'm still developing theory on this. It's kind of to I think it's trying to address younger people by saying you have the possibility. Like, you might be poor, but you're not acting like these people who are the new poor. Will never not be poor. But you, because you are poor, but you're not acting like the new poor, there's still chances for you. So download our app and pay $50 a month. But actually, let's see. Let's check it out. How much is it? Alux.com app. Get started. Okay, let's see how much it's gonna cost. No, I want to see how much it costs. How much does it cost? How much does it cost? Price, please. I don't want to start my free trial. I'm a big earner. I'm big rich man. I'm a big accomplished rich man. I want money now. Alux Premium, $99. But starts from $15. 3 months worth of Yugopnik subscriptions. Where I'm pretty sure I can say at least one interesting thing that might change your opinion on something in 3 months versus these guys telling you, hey, don't drink a Starbucks coffee. I think new poor is a generational distinction to say this isn't traditional poverty, but boomer fuck up ex personal responsibility poverty. And we can educate you past those personal failures because you're new poor, not like the poor of old. New tips for a new broke. I like it. Good take. Good take, Celtics. Good take.
So take your Hogwarts house out of your Twitter bio and worry about your actual living situation. The new poor got participation trophies and it developed into feelings of entitlement. The new poor don't understand what it means to be able to bring something to the table because for their entire lives, all they did was sit down and somebody else put a plate of food in front of them. Number 15. Talking about...
No, the new poor are not fucking idiots like the old heads that take great pride in being ripped off by their bosses. So the new poor said, nah, fuck that shit. I'm a quiet quit this train all the way to its destination, you dumbass old fuck, okay? It's called not being a cuck. That's what it's called. It's called not being a cuck, okay?
Your money gives you the ick, but you love following rich celebs. Sitting down to talk money gives the new poor anxiety. In their eyes, it's so lame to talk about money because there's more to life than financial success, which is true, but it's really hard to be zen when your newborn is hungry or needing diapers.
Exactly, and that is why we need to change the system in which people can actually concentrate on things that make them happy and could fulfill them in a way where they can both contribute to society and contribute to their own well-being without having to struggle, because we have reached a point in technological advancement that would allow for those sorts of choices and life standards to be widely available, not for the many, but for all. But no, it is your dad's fault for not giving you millions.
You've got no money. You drool at displays of wealth and fantasize about being on the other side of the phone screen. The new poor are those who chose to remain the same because changing would require effort. The new poor mentality is a virus of the mind. Make sure you're not infected, and if you are, there are ways to cure yourself through education.
There are ways to cure yourself for $16 a month. Alex.com app download now. Premium $15 a month.
Other signs of the new poor do you see where you live? Let us know in the comments and join the conversation. And since you watched this Sunday motivational video until the very end, it's only fair that we reward you with a bonus. And that bonus is, by your age, your parents had more work experience and wealth acquired than you do, adjusted for the time they were in. You entered the world.
Weren't our parents fucking idiots that fucked everything up? Like, wasn't that the pitch earlier? Thank you, GSP, you fucking legends, for 4 months. Thank you very much, GSP.
Workforce later than they did. They were used to tougher times and had pain tolerance higher than you do. But you do have a massive competitive advantage over previous generations. Your reality.
Your parents were like, this is that meme. Like I unironically posted it for today. I didn't know it's gonna be relevant to this. Your parents were this, and you are a soy boy, Wojak cook.
Must turn at all costs. It is my sacred duty to extract value for my shareholders. I take pride in an honest day's work. My sacrifice will be recognized by my manager. I fucking love my job, bro. I've seen things your soft liberal eyes could not comprehend. Mining coal is my passion. When it burns, I feel at peace. The government wants to take away my right to work. Without this job, I have nothing. I am nobody. I am nowhere. How will I feed my family? How dare they try to cut my hours? They want to force me to pay union dues. I won't let them steal my hard-earned pay. To those who think I can't choose my own destiny, this is America, and in America, we have the right to work. If you don't respect a working man like me, maybe you should move to Venezuela, because unlike you lifters, I understand that the only thing that matters is working in the mines.
This is unironically it. This is unironically it. If that was not your childhood, then you are a privileged little fucker. But also in the same video, we will mention how if you are not a privileged little fucker who inherited a lot of money, then your parents are stupid fucks. So your parents worked their ass off and made money and gave you money, you privileged little fucker. Your parents didn't make any money, so you didn't get any money, so you're not a privileged little fucker. Fuck your parents, they're stupid little fuckers. We are alex.com. Give us money, please. Thank you, Gabriel. Okay, who wants to make kids for the mines? We'll invest them in Elon Dad's emerald mine. Yeah.
Is augmented by tech. You can do more in 5 years than they did in 30 because
Hey, about pain tolerance. I've survived more surgeries, broken bones, and diseases than my parents combined. So, yeah. No. No, hey, you privileged little surgeried person. Don't you dare. I don't know. I don't even have a joke there, honestly.
you have the ability to scale exponentially. Today, a business doesn't look to grow by 10% year over year, no.
Yes, and that is very sustainable.
Instead, it tries to double every quarter because if the metrics are right, it is more than attainable.
But not sustainable.
The older generation that has
See how that rhymed?
amassed so much wealth is, well, old and outdated. It's just a matter of time before other young folks figure out you can actually outcompete them because you're now in tune with the culture. That's your...
Half of this video was telling you that the current culture is super fucked up and you should not be in tune with the culture. And now it's telling you the fact that you're more in tune with the culture means that you will be able to generate more money. This is absolutely fucking legendary.
competitive advantage. If you understand this and you put it into practice, you will be rich. Those who wake up this with the culture, that's your competitive advantage.
If we understand that we have a competitive advantage and that can lead to success. Chat, don't you love the competitive advantage of not being able to afford a house? Don't you love the competitive advantage of never, at least for you Americans, never for one day having lived without your country being in an active war? Chat, don't you love it when even the most basest of standards for average working Americans have not slowly but fucking hyper train speed declined in the last 3 decades? I absolutely love being young. It is so based.
If you understand this and you put it into practice, you will be rich. Those who wake up are no longer considered poor. You're just pre-rich on your journey.
They did the thing. They did the temporarily disadvantaged billionaires. They did it like without even blinking twice. Send this to at least 5 of your loved ones, and if they reply without laughing and pointing at you for having sent them this, they are fucking idiots, and you need to get them into an institution, and they need help.
And if that's the way you feel about yourself, write the words pre-rich in the comments. Let's see how many of you are doing something about it and not just wasting your time.
Holy shit. Let me guess that sure there's going to be comments that say pre-rich, but not as many as one would want. You know why? Because for all the talk about having to stick to a particular thing, and that's how you're going to make it, probably maximum 5% of viewers of this video actually made it to the end of the video. Because it's exactly that type of person that watches this type of shit that cannot fully dedicate themselves to something. Because if you did fully dedicate yourself to, for example, knowledge and understanding the way things work in this particular economic system, you would eventually get to class consciousness and eventually get to, Marxian school of thought. But no, these guys just, no. Bonus item, you spend money on a YouTuber's side hustle of custom merch, membership content, or course promising wealth and success. This is good. This is great. The problem we have is because most people always thought that you only need a good job to become rich. These billionaires are operating on a whole other playbook that many don't even know exists. Holy shit, they're getting fucking slammed. A homeless person on the street might not have much, but they're above zero. Ouch, that hits hard. It's time for me to stop being poor and start being pre-rich. Okay, only the fourth guy mentioned the pre-rich thing. Oh, Lord. W's in chat if you're pre-rich. Are we pre-rich, chat? Are we pre-rich? I mean, I'm pre-rich. If I ever hit 2,600 subs, that means I'm rich. Because, you see, I've literally invented a goal for myself that holds no real reason in my material reality. I've just invented it, and I choose to believe in it, and I make my whole personality revolve around achieving this fake goal of mine that is here on the screen that you all are looking at. So because I've done that, if I do not reach it and you guys don't become subs and don't gift subs, I will not feel any pleasure in life. That is unironically the pitch of this entire video. In its unashamed shallowness. Don't be consumerist idiots today, because that will allow you to generate a lot of money and be consumerist idiots when you're old. Capitalism offers you nothing, even if you do become wealthy. It offers you nothing. Okay? Non-subs or pre-ads. That's a good one. Non-subs or pre-ads. I fuck with it. Okay. Now let's look at Yanis Varoufakis' guesses for
Donald
2025. Is Yanis going to tell us if we are proper pre-rich or if we are going to be rich? Are we going to, in 2025, chat, are we going to remain pre-rich? Or maybe 2025 is going to be the year when we finally make it. Oh, Yugopnik, were you the tall guy I saw yelling Malaka Malaka in the Acropolis of Athens last week? I wish. He sounds like my spirit animal, but I wasn't in Athens. Legendary.
The American dollar and China. What to watch for
Yanis Varoufakis lost a lot of weight and became a YouTuber. I love this shit.
during 2025. Donald Trump wants to boost exports, to bring American jobs back to the United States, and to shrink the American trade deficit. For that, he needs a lower value of the dollar. For that, he needs a weaker dollar. But at the same time, Donald Trump wants a strong dollar, and he will not brook any discussion of ending the exorbitant privilege, the centrality, the hegemony, the dominance of the American dollar in international transactions. Can Donald Trump possibly have both? Donald Trump's first problem is that the tariffs that he has invested so much political capital in introducing, announcing, and advocating for will most likely boost the value of the dollar. Why? Primarily because every time there is global uncertainty, whenever there is a problem that emanates from the United States, whether that was the 2008 crisis or whatever crisis there is a paradoxical rush of foreign money into the United States, boosting the dollar. So if Trump's tariffs create global uncertainty, the likely outcome will be an increased value of the dollar. And that's his first problem, because if his tariffs succeed in creating a lot of consternation across the world, in China, in the European Union, in Britain, the result will be that even if imports initially shrink as a result of these large tariffs, the influx of money into the United States of capital is going to boost the value of the dollar, therefore countering whatever effects the tariffs had on limiting imports and enhancing American exports. Donald Trump's second problem is that if he proceeds with his very large tax cuts, especially for corporations and the oligarchs and the very rich in the United States, this is also going to attract into the United States foreign capital. And what will that do? Boost the value of the dollar, and therefore enhance the gap between American savings and investment, with investment being much greater than savings, which is a root cause of the American
T-post, glitch,
trade deficit. Trump's third
Deposed to assert dominance over my, I can be the only uncle in this chat. Varoufakis, you will not defeat me. You will not take my children away from me. God damn it. You will not take the kids into divorce, Varoufakis. Oye, bem ti pasa tempo.
problem
Oh, dobro whiskey, brate. Dobar whiskey, brate. This is the fucking rich know how to fucking drink, brother. This is some good fucking shit, brother.
the exorbitant privilege of the United States
My
dollar.
favorite AI streamer. What do you mean? I am not AI. I am not AI. I am not AI.
It is the reason why every time there is a crisis, especially one emanating from within the United States, the dollar goes up and the US trade deficit gets worse, especially during periods of reduced demand, jobs, and employment within the United States. So if Donald Trump were serious about shrinking the American trade deficit, he would
Okay, fuck it. I'm drinking the AM. No, don't. Unless you don't have work later, then fuck it. YOLO it.
want to do away with the exorbitant privilege of the United States dollar. But of course, not only will he never allow himself to do that, because his best friends, his tribe, are the rentiers and the financiers who will be aghast if the United States loses the exorbitant privilege of its dollar. It is highly unlikely that Donald Trump will want to be the first American president after the Second World War that loses the hegemonic power of the United States by
Yeah, it's a bit of a cope that this will happen in the next 4 years, but okay.
losing the exorbitant privilege of the United States dollar. Some argue, and I think they do have a point, that maybe what he's trying to do, what Donald Trump is trying to do, is he is threatening the world, China and the European Union in particular, with very large tariffs in order to come to an arrangement with them to accept a depreciation of the Chinese yuan, of the euro, of competing currencies, in order for the United States to see its exports rise and its imports.
For the genuine believers in the ideology of tariffs and the proposed weaponization of tariffs by Donald Trump is pretty much exactly this. They believe that one can utilize their position as a economic superpower, arguably the only one, to quite literally intimidate other countries into adjusting their economies to better fit the continuation of the existence of a unipolar order, aka, I will tariff the living shit out of you unless you readjust in the way you trade with the United States. That is like the true believers. That is what they actually fully are invested into. What the actual president, in my opinion, is doing is much simpler than that. It's a classic, loud, strong man without war, at least for now, populist policy that will get idiots that still count on their fingers when they want to count how many eggs they're buying to vote for him. That's it.
Diminish. To cut
What's up, good Lenin?
the deal, in other words. Something along the lines of what Ronald Reagan did in 1985, the infamous Plaza Accords, supposedly a multilateral meeting between the Europeans, the Americans, the Canadians, the Australians. But in reality, what the Plaza Accords were about was an ultimatum.
Xi told Trump to pound sand, things will get hot. It could get hot. And the question there is, honestly, did Trump believe that Xi wouldn't tell him to pound sand? Was it an actual bluff that he hoped that Xi would not call? Or was this an intended manner through which they want to push a potential hot war? We will most likely never have an answer.
By Washington on Tokyo. Appreciate the yen massively, or else I'm going to slap large tariffs on.
Pandas, why did you ban that person? Okay, you banned straight up. Super Belt was like, how dare you hate on the finger counting community? And my beautiful police officer just straight up banned him. Thank you for your service, police officer, but holy shit. We 1984ing this shit hard now, bro. But yeah, the question is like when you want to provoke a war, like let's use an example, like a Balkan example, World War One. You have this like internationalist guy, a pan-Slavic, pan-Balkan guy, not pan-Slavic, pan-Balkan guy. He goes and he shoots that imperialist Austro-Hungarian dog, right? And then Austro-Hungary is like, this is the perfect reason for us to pretty much take up the Balkans, which at that point were considered leftover colonial land that still has not been divided amongst European powers after the Ottoman imperialists and colonizers left. So they send a request to the kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. That's kingdom existed after that. They send a request to the Serbian government that cannot be fulfilled, obviously, because that would quite literally make Serbia not a sovereign state. The Serbs refuse, and that's what the Austro-Hungarians use. I'm obviously simplifying in here, but that's what the Austro-Hungarians use as a reason to start a hot war. And from that moment on, we have a whole world war, right? So yeah, this could very much so be interpreted as such a case. Hey, look at the tariffs. Go fuck yourself. Either adjust or we continue with the tariffs. The other country says no, fuck you. Then the one that wants to impose the tariffs realizes that it's going to crush their own economy if they impose the tariffs. So they say this is a decent enough reason for us to engage in more, let's call it, direct forms of conflict. That's it. If they do something a bit more extreme, China reacts by taking Taiwan, and we get a snowball effect from there on. I think we're going to have to give Panda a year off with full pay and move him to another precinct. I don't know if Panda has a partner, but his behavior implies to me that there is a 40% chance that Pandas beats the living shit out of their partner. Of course, I'm kidding. Pandas is a beautiful soul. Like all police officers are. I want everybody saluting the pigs in chat, but only my pigs, okay? I call them Pokemon, so they feel better. Panda sweating over here. I want to know your point of view on this. With China owning the majority of U.S. debt, how and when is it worth for the one to take over the dollar as the default currency in most transactions? Take over the dollar as the default currency in most transactions without their debt value devaluating to a point that's not worth it. It's a good question, but it's probably going to happen the same way as it happened with the USD, as it's a slow and organic process, which is already at play. It's like a diesel engine, when it's cold, it takes a while for it to start up, but once it starts up, it runs as well as a gasoline one, aka as states reposition themselves based on the relationships of power between large states. They will slowly adapt further and further to the yuan instead of the USD as their main currency of choice, both for trade, for production, for savings, etc., and we'll slowly see that shift erupt. Basically, what I'm saying is there's no like big cutting point that a lot of people imagine, because if there was, both the Chinese and the American state would like literally collapse. Like, it will not be good for the Chinese for the yuan to like become the main currency of the world tomorrow. It would actually be very bad. It would be very bad for all of us to an extent. You don't want these things to happen overnight. So yeah, basically what I'm saying is progressively we get to that sort of point.
On Japanese export.
Any chance of ever getting Yanis on the deprogram? He never replied. I don't know. It's fucking weird. We sent him a couple of emails. Dude never replied. I mean, not him, probably his agents or his management. Speaking of never replying, you should never reply with kindness to advertising, like the ad that is going to play in exactly 30 seconds. Instead, you should become a Yugopnik subscriber, support what we do here, and create an adless future. Thank you very much. We're also 4 gift subs away from me donating another 5. So if you want to give 9 subs to someone, to 9 people, the only thing you need to do is give 4. Because I might hate money, but I hate ads more.
The Japanese are rolled over. They did as they were told. The reason why Japan's massive growth rates between 1950 and 1985 were eliminated.
Yeah, because they were literally eliminated. The United States participated in a, at this point, not covert, but back then covert economic war against the entirety of the Japanese economy, where they absolutely crushed them. So, you know, not even America's friends tend to have a good time.
And why Japan lost.
Thank you,
Wonderful,
Terkas,
a
for
new
the
child
gifty.
soldier.
Oil me, baby, oil me. Look, imagine me and Giannis like all fucking oiled up. Like, oh my God. Oof.
Lost its
No, what am I saying? Jesus Christ, Hugo.
verve, its dynamism,
Thank you, Terkas.
was because they accepted those Plaza Accords. Is China likely to accept a new Plaza Accord?
Fuck no, they're not.
I assign a 0 probability to that possibility. China is no Japan. Japan was an occupied country by the United States. The United States wrote its constitution. There are tens of thousands of American soldiers still occupying Okinawa. China, I will repeat this once more, is not Japan.
Confirmed. Yanis Varoufakis. AES, thank you.
It is highly unlikely that they will accept at a time when
Dude, imagine, I'm going to call it. There are going to be online leftists, okay? Online leftist content creators that are, without blinking twice, as we say in my part of the world, going to, unironically, support the United States in its struggle against a burgeoning Chinese economy. Because, quote unquote, we might be bad, but the Chinese are worse. And to that, I simply answer, show me empirical evidence of that. I ain't seen enough to convince me that China would, even to the close of the same level, but let alone bypass it, treat the world in the same fashion that good old United States has. But even if it does, let the two big pigs fight each other. There's going to be more scraps for the rest of us.
the
So, yeah,
capital.
you don't have to love China to not want the United States to remain the only fucking big dick in the game.
Account of China, if anything, would recommend from an economic point of view a depreciation of the yuan. They will never accept a massive appreciation of the kind that would make the difference for the United States trade deficit in the way that Donald Trump would like. So this is pie in the sky. No new Plaza Accords between the United States and Beijing this time are on the horizon. In that sense, it looks very
Fuck, that whiskey's good, brother.
very unlikely that what Donald Trump wants, at least both his objectives of shrinking the US trade deficit and maintaining the exorbitant privilege of the dollar, that both these objectives will be satisfied at once in 2025, in the next 4 years. The great question, however, for 2025 and beyond concerns China's dilemma. Will Beijing decide to stay put, gaining time until the United States' internal contradictions, Trump's conundrum and dilemma, plays out? Or will Beijing make the choice, which it has not made yet? They have not made up their minds yet, and I think reasonably, will, however, at some point make the choice, make the decision to convert the BRICS area
Yeah.
into a new version of Bretton Woods.
Definitely.
Just as Bretton Woods had at its heart the US dollar, for the BRICS area to have the one at its heart, with more or less
100%. That is going to happen 100 fucking percent.
fixed exchange rates between the yuan, the rupiah, and other currencies, and with a view to recycle China's surpluses within the BRICS area, because that would be the greatest and most lethal danger for the exorbitant privilege of the dollar. This is not a decision that has been made as yet. Well, in 2025 or in the years following 2025, I think we shall know the answer. Till then, be well.
Every empire
There you go. That was Yanis Varoufakis.
Donald Trump.
Okay, so Yanis Varoufakis literally brought us to the conversation of the U.S. empire, its current position in the world, the direction it might go in, how it is going to interact with its main and arguably only competitor. So let's go into, this is a very nice transition into the next video of the day, made by Uncivilized, who sometimes makes good videos, sometimes makes very average videos. Still friends of the show. I appreciate them. How empires fall and why the U.S. is next. So let's ask the question on whether this is cope. Let's watch this with a critical lens. Not doom or pill it, but with a critical lens, and enjoy some primetime filmmaking. Thank you, Uncivilized. The mods, please add the link in the comment section with a nice little thick boy pin. I like my pins nice and thick, and my peens nice and thick. Oh God, this just writes itself. I'm sorry. I know I'm 12. I can't take myself seriously either. So yeah, let's check it out. Dutch communist YouTuber left laser infiltrated a MAGA rally. That might be interesting.
We're here today at Turning Point USA, where 2 Dutch communists have infiltrated the room where Trump is
I love this guy.
about to give a speech. Do you think Kamala is a commie?
I think so.
Turning Point USA is echt de eindbaas van de culture war.
Kids learning how to be transgender.
Je had dus ook...
Chat, don't you love it when they teach you to be transgender? What's that class? How do I take that class, chat? I love it when I really want to be something that is not going to make my life easier in absolutely any way. I love when I actively want to do things like that, because I don't know. That's always the funny fucking thing with fucking neocons and cons in general. And don't even get me started on fascists. Are you really still pushing this fucking meme? People become trans because, I don't know, they get privileges or they are special because they do it. Do you know how difficult it is to exist as a trans person? Fucking hell. I want to completely make everything 3 times more difficult to me in this transphobic society. That's why I'm going to become trans. I love everything being 10 times harder because I'm a part of arguably the most disenfranchised social category in the world. That's why I'm immediately gonna. I love it when I make my life more complicated because special, legendary. I dropped out of college because I couldn't pass woke class. There is a gay furry class and I'm the teacher. Hank, god damn it. God fucking damn it, Hank. Are you Belgian? I am Croatian. Good for you. What the fuck is chat talking about? Okay, we'll talk about the fall of the US empire after this. This looks fun. Okay?
De border tsar. Maar het feit dat 5 minuten daarvoor dus iemand op het podium stond die geld heeft betaald.
And we drink. Okay, let's do a drinking game. Every time they call someone a communist, I drink. I'll probably die in 15 minutes.
Om seks te hebben met een meisje van 17? Boeit niet.
Some things don't go according to plan.
Do I have stupid written on my head?
Did you support Bill Clinton?
He got a fucking blowjob. Big deal.
What do you think about the American healthcare system?
We don't.
Oh, kind of based. Fuck Bill Clinton. The motherfucker bombed me, but that was funny.
Traditional medical
No, it's not funny. I think the guy's a fucking rapist, but it's still.
care. We believe in healing through prayer.
They're partners in crime. The food system and the healthcare industry, it's all just a money-making business.
So first they make you sick and then they try to sell you the medicine.
In my opinion, yes.
A lot of Gen Z people are kind of glorifying Luigi.
Anyone better than the guy that's framed for murder. Literally anyone.
It's way too young for me. I think I'm old enough to be his mother.
He's an attractive guy, sure. Yeah, sure.
Jij wel net shot nu?
Dat weet ik niet.
Ja, voor mensen die kritiek hebben op het feit dat wij daar in een Trump-petje stonden.
Echt nodig.
Ja, de Turning Point USA voorwaarden waren zo... Als je één ding doet wat wij niet leuk vinden, stralen weer eruit. Dus ja, wij
Well,
hadden...
fuck, we don't have any translations, these fucking foreign speakers. How dare you speak foreign up in my fucking stream, motherfucker?
hadden één kans om daar...
I've already been drinking Love the Weekend streams. I'm going to try and stream on the weekends always when I can. I touch a little bit too much grass on the weekends, but when I can, I will fill the weekends. I'm going to stream today and tomorrow unless I'm dying of a hangover.
naartoe te gaan. En dat moest goed gaan en we mochten er niet uit worden gezet.
En het is gelukt. En wat ik ook wel een flex vond, was wij als commies die door...
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, mommy.
I think so. I think so. Yeah.
How do you like your, y'all got a new like the prime minister, didn't you, recently, or a year or two ago?
Holy shit. I mean, holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, just give me one more sec. One second. Dude. Bro. Bro.
He's called Dick. Oh, really? That's literally his first name. Really?
Wat in de rij al heel erg opviel, is dat Turning Point USA probeert een soort netwerk te bouwen van conservatieve denkers door Amerika heen. En die gaan allemaal college campuses af om daar...
Conservatieve denkers. This is the like I love Dutch, but it's the laziest language in the world. I'm stealing this joke from somewhere else. I think from a Boy video. It's like somebody learned how to speak English, but then didn't speak it for 5 years and forgot like the basics and is now speaking.
Daar hun retoriek te verkondigen. En 2 van de vrouwen die ik sprak waren betaalde sprekers die zich exclusief bezighielden met trans mensen.
Oh, che resume, bre, je botte,
athletes are there in the United States in NCAA schools?
510,000.
How many transgender athletes are you aware of?
Less than 10.
Ja, dat is echt een joke.
Turning Point USA is echt de eindbaas van de culture war.
Turning Point USA kan je een beetje vergelijken met vorm van democratie. Ze zeggen constant te praten.
Die een gelegd.
A lot of Gen Z people are kind of glorifying Luigi.
The individual who killed the United Health CEO.
Allegedly.
I think that's messed up and twisted. I think that it's weird.
We're not a country where you can just go assassinate people in the street. Like, that's third world.
Everybody calls him the sexy assassin or something.
Absolutely disgusting.
I don't think you want a violent murderer as the person that you're in love with.
Well, I don't like believe in murder, but he wasn't a great guy. You know.
CEO.
Yeah.
It's under the guise of being a vigilante, but realistically,
Ask them all if they believe in the death penalty.
it's just because the population thinks he's attractive.
Yeah, he's very cute.
No, it's not. No. It's because people like what he did.
He's way too young for me. I think I'm old enough to be his mother.
He's an attractive guy, sure. Yeah, sure.
I'm straight. I don't.
You can say that he's objectively hot.
No, I don't even.
Anyone better than a guy that's
He's not straight.
framed for murder? Like,
That's my eternal theory. I will die on this extremely toxic hill. Guys that refuse to say how hot a guy is are F. Did I F? We back? The fuck? Are we back? Twitch lost its mind, heard Luigi, and was like, oh my god! The fuck? Because on my Twitch, nothing fell off. No, it did. Son of a bitch. We back? Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, we're back. Are we back? We're back. We're back. We're back in this game. We're back in the game of the entire game, baby. Oh, and we're pre-drinking, baby. Okay. So yeah, I love how that cut me off right there because I had a hot take and it was a really hot take. And that's when it dropped. I don't know if you heard my hot take. It was this guy. Okay, it was this guy. This is a hill I'm going to die on. Like, I think God just tried to save me from a potentially relatively homophobic take, but I don't care. I'm dying on that hill. Listen to this, okay? I am hot take Hugo. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
I'm straight. I don't.
You can say that he's objectively hot.
No, I don't even.
Anyone better?
If you can, he's not straight. If you feel so much insecurity about talking about another person's, another man's sexiness levels, there's no way you're straight. There's no fucking way. It's so fucking weird.
Than a guy that's framed for murder, like literally anyone.
Would you prefer to date the CEO then?
I mean, no, he's like old and dead.
Would you date him?
Possibly, yeah.
Not necessarily, dude, of course I'm not saying it fucking seriously, like Jesus Christ, chat. Sometimes it just, you're not exactly giving a lot of I am secure in my sexuality energy when you can't even do the bare minimum of looking at another male and saying, oh, they're conventionally attractive, or oh, they're conventionally not attractive in my opinion. Okay? It's because I know it's like a hella homophobic thing to say that all homophobic people are like just gay and they don't want to admit it to themselves, that they're closeted. That is objectively homophobic. But come on, you can't tell me that sometimes isn't the fucking case. Like saying that all homophobes are secretly closeted gays is homophobic. But saying that not some of them are is stupid. It's incorrect. It's it's stupid. Definitely there are.
Yeah, he'd be in the pool. Yeah.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
No, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, he looks mid. I really think he looks mid.
I read his manifesto. It wasn't necessarily intelligently written like maybe some he's read.
Toasty sending me this.
I got a message for all you liberals out there. You want my gun, my firearm? Come take it from me. Just walk through my door, come into my home, and take it from me. With your weak, soft, liberal, girlish hands. Just try to put those hands on me. Those soft, liberal hands. Put them on me, on my body. Just slowly, gently dragging your fingers up and down my arm, giving me goosebumps. You want my gun? Come kiss me for it. But not like right away. Don't be too obvious with it. Let's do that thing where our faces get close to each other. And you know what's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. You just stare at each other's lips. But you're waiting for the right signal to give yourself over to them completely. Like in a walk to remember. Come do that for my gun. Bite my lip and play with my hair. For my firearm. If you want my gun, come spank me for it. Not like too hard, but like still hard, you know? Like hurt me but make me feel safe at the same time. You pussy liberals.
I love you, Toasty. You fucking savage.
Before, according to his Goodreads.
What do you think about the American healthcare system?
It's terrible. It's absolutely horrible. It needs a
We
complete
need to privatize it more.
reform.
For somebody like me, it just costs a lot. And actually, I got knee reconstruction surgery back in March, and it was sort of a joke because I just ended up paying thousands of dollars for it.
It's like $1 million to be in a hospital for a few days. Like it's insane the amount of money you end up spending.
I'm actually a Christian Zionist, so I don't use any medicine or go to any doctors for my health.
I mean, some problems fix themselves.
So
You're Christian Zionist.
Christian scientist and
scientist.
Scientist. It's a denomination that we're not
Scientist? The fuck? What? What the fuck? What?
Scientology, but it's a denomination that doesn't rely on, we don't rely on traditional medical care. We believe in healing through prayer. We don't go to doctors or take medicine.
So you don't have insurance?
I don't.
I would just love to see prices go down, premiums go down, if at all possible, because to me, I'm buying a lot of money into the system and not necessarily getting enough out of it.
So you feel like you're kind of getting scammed by the insurance company?
Yes, that's exactly it.
They're partners in crime.
And you are here.
The food system and the healthcare industry, it's all just a money-making business.
So first they make you sick and then they try to sell you the medicine.
In my opinion, yes.
En het valt me op. Oké.
I can have a Coca-Cola in Mexico perfectly fine because it's made with sugar, but I can't in the United States because it's made with corn syrup. Unless I have diet soda, and then it has cancerogens and chemicals and different articles on that.
Nou, ik denk dat in principe wat
products in the U.S. used to be healthier, but then they slowly changed the ingredients to make them not healthy anymore. In Europe, a candy bar might have 6 or 7 ingredients. Here it's got 25. Yeah, you can't.
Why? Because in one part of the world you have regulations. I know when you say that word, they just hear communism. And in the other one, you do not. And they hear freedom.
I trust big companies.
American conservatives be like, yo, I really want to fucking die. I prefer death over the state intervening to protect me.
And also because the agenda.
So shouldn't then the government interfere in the free market?
I think you can say that, but I think education is the key. And that's also the area, one of the areas that I've been in for.
We are educated on healthy food. We're from the Netherlands, but we haven't been able to buy healthy food here because there are just no options.
Because the government is involved. Instead of kids learning how to be, if they're transgender or not in high school or elementary.
The reason we do not have affordable health care, the reason why we don't have, this is too easy of a target. I don't even want to. The reason why we don't have regulations put in place that can protect us from large corporations putting little poison in our food, it is you, chatter. Hey, trans chatters, I'm looking at you. Why are you killing the youth of America? Why are you strangling the youth? Why are you running around putting literal poison in food? I'm looking at you. Goddamn trans-military genocide industrial complex.
Entry school.
Trans mafia is strong. People do not have the courage to talk about it. They don't have the courage to talk about it. But the trans mafia is real. And they're not only converting the kids, they're killing the kids.
Why don't we have high school classes on real health?
Mm-hmm.
Real.
You're not really interacting with the point I'm trying to make, that we know what's healthy, we just can't buy it.
Or you can't buy it, or they make it unavailable, or you can actually if you get it from outside the United States.
You can bring up points like 5 times in a row explaining to the guy that the current free market system is poisoning Americans, and he just won't interact. He just won't engage.
And he'll be like, trans. Have you thought about the trans peoples? And I love how that works. Like the reactionaries have found, at least in the United States, like the ultimate peak guinea pig. The answer to everything. Food poisoned. What about trans people? We're constantly going to war. Yes, but what about trans people? Lowering life standards and the amount of things you can buy with a paycheck. Yes, but what about trans people? Oh, Lord. Forgot this one doesn't have subtitles. It's fine. Don't worry, my friend. But in the parts where they're talking, the two of them, they're basically explaining how American culture wars work, and MAGA people always bring any point brought up back to 1 or 2 bullshit culture war talking points they're obsessed with, yeah.
They will only bring up talking points that they're comfortable with, all the culture war talking points. And basically they can just steer back any conversation to a culture war talking point, and that's it. It's done. They'll blame the Democrats. They'll blame transgenders. They'll blame vaccines. They'll blame anything, but the capitalist system that is.
And just as like a small reminder from Hugo, this is like the most traditional, genuinely the most traditional. It's existed since the 1920s. This is the most traditional reactionary mechanism. That's the one thing I keep trying to pile into people's heads. It doesn't have to be Jews. It doesn't have to be minorities. It doesn't have to be like for you to be a reactionary. The main point of what makes somebody a reactionary is pushing blame away from the system onto other categories. That's the one thing that I feel like people like a bit like either feel uncomfortable talking about or they kind of miss. Snooze the ad, quickly snooze. Okay. Is that when they think reactionary, they only think Nazi. Look at Nazis interpreting reactionary rhetoric and quasi-philosophy as just one way for you to push the conversation away from systematic issues. Same way like... okay, most communists will understand this. You know, we have Marxian thought, leftists, we have Marxian thought, progressive class-conscious thought. So you have Marxists, you have anarchists, you have traditional communists, you have Marxist-Leninists, you have Maoists, you have MLMs, you have a lot of different categories, right? In the same way, when it comes to reactionaries, you have many different manners, many different interpretations of how reactionary logic can be applied to the current material conditions. In the United States, sure, obviously, a lot still apply to general ethnic tension, especially when talking about immigrants and so on, as a means to obfuscate the conversation away from the economy, from the system, from the market economy, et cetera, over to immigrants, et cetera. But you also have different other more modern approaches. That's it. Thank you, Gabriel. America's problems are caused by Putin smuggling in Jewish, black, Mexican, gay, trans water. That's turning the frogs gay and transing the beavers. Exactly.
Is literally poisoning them.
And it's because of Obamacare.
Good example would be the individualist framing of carbon footprint in regards to climate change. There you go. Absolutely. That's a great example. And that's one that, for example, works for liberals. You can have reactionary rhetoric that works on liberals as well, not just conservatives. The only way to get out of this snake eating its own ass type of rhetoric is through class consciousness.
Aren't there...
Hero, can you react to this video? Yes or no? It's most likely fake, but the idea of Saddam saying what means should be used against these traitors is no other way than the sword, and then sends all of those people to the cuck room is extremely funny. I mean, I don't know enough about Saddam.
Again, Saddam is in no rush.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
he lights his cigar
this
and then
particular thing I think happened. I'm not sure. I think it happened, but I'm not sure.
Are greedy companies as well?
Probably.
There's too many lobbyists. Pharmaceuticals and medical industry, they just make too much money.
FML, that moment when only lobbyists from one particular very large industry are my problems, but not lobbyists from every other industry are my problem. Again, reactionary.
Yeah, there's too much money involved.
Speaking of reactionary, every 20 to 25 minutes here on YugopnikTwitch, the reactionaries come in and they tell you the only solution to your life's problems are consume. And the way they motivate you to consume is by playing ads, like the ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 10 seconds. So instead of that, consume me. Literally take me put me in your mouth and consume me for $6 a month or for free through Prime or by gifting to those less privileged than you. For every 10 gift subs, I will donate 5 because I hate money, but I hate ads more.
And in the end, we all suffer.
Profits are not a bad thing.
I mean, but making millions of being in a hospital bed for a few days, like most developed countries actually can take care of that a lot better.
What do you mean?
I mean, in Europe, you don't pay millions for being in a hospital bed.
There are many countries that have much worse healthcare systems than ours. Health insurance in the United States.
Many advanced countries have better healthcare.
I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for fast care...
not going broke when you get sick.
Yeah, if you're looking to not go broke, maybe you would want to move to Canada.
You know, I'm from the UK.
So he knows it. He knows it. It's incredible.
Think about the American healthcare system compared to the English one.
I mean, obviously we've got, you know, probably a better healthcare system in terms of, you know, we've not got to pay for healthcare and not going to have insurance because it's paid for by the state. At the end of the day, you get the care that you pay for.
I mean, but people don't go bankrupt once they get cancer.
No, they don't.
Margaret Thatcher, for that matter of fact, over across the pond, and others.
I don't think many working class British people regard Thatcher as a hero.
In America we do, but you know.
But in Britain they don't.
Well,
ding dong, the witch is dead.
Do you think Margaret Thatcher had
I love this guy, bro. I love this fucking cunt. I love him.
girl power?
Yes, of course.
Do you think she effectively utilized girl power by funneling money to illegal paramilitary death squads in Northern Ireland?
I don't know about that.
In Europe, you don't have to pay for any of your defense spending because America pays for your defense spending through the UN.
Wouldn't you like to see it reversed?
What do you mean?
Like end all the forever wars and just take care of the American people?
I mean, what would that look like? I mean, sure, great. End the forever wars, I'm all for that. Take care of the American people, what does that look like in practice?
I mean, people not going broke over a minor surgery.
I do think it's a system built against us, and there are people capitalizing on it, and that's what my hopes are for this re-election with RFK Jr., and that he really cleans house, because it's a change that's been needing to happen for the longest time.
A long time ago, the Democratic Party was for a cause to help people, right? But I think the Democratic Party has taken advantage of people.
In what way?
These last 15 years. Well, they say they help out the poor, right? But their policies are for the wealthiest elite of their group of people. They're not really helping the poor out. They're actually hurting the poor with their policies, right? LA, San Francisco, these big cities, Seattle, right? They have the highest homeless population in the country. These rich tech people, okay, that control their economy, okay, it's not really for the middle class. It's really for
the elite.
The elite. Am I making sense to you?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
And as a proud member of the elite, like, I know this is far from a materialist perspective, but every time I watch American conservatives, my brain just goes like this.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
I mean, I'm sorry. That's reactionary on me. That's very reactionary on me. But sometimes it do feel good, though.
Have you considered that maybe both U.S. parties suck?
I do, to some extent.
Maybe they both serve the elite?
Well, yes, I do. But
maybe you're just choosing between different types of shit,
Well, no, but
they're
I'm
both
gonna
shit.
say
They both don't
they're both
serve the
working-
interests of the working class people.
And maybe they are working behind closed doors, okay, on the same page as far as keeping certain elite groups wealthy and keeping.
Why are you interviewing this guy, though? He's there just to make a quick buck off of the fucking chuds, dude. This guy's definitely out there just making a quick buck off the fucking chuds, dude.
The middle class where it is.
Does it work well to go to political conferences and sell stuff?
The rallies were better.
until he moved.
Yeah, it's a bit down now.
Huh?
I like it when they scream, brother. I like it when they scream and we shower, and it's like it feels borderline like a fucking ideological orgy, brother.
Not flourishing now.
No, it was a little weaker. It was weaker than the rallies.
Do you also sell Democrat gear?
No, just Trump.
But if just for the extra buck, maybe if you wear like a Democrat hat, you go to a Democrat rally?
No, I don't deal with Democrat rallies.
What makes you support Trump then?
Oh, because I'm in my day job is in the.
Do they have like legit merch and then fake merch and shit? I always wondered.
Banking business. So he's for big banks. So.
You side with the big banks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amerikanen kunnen letterlijk.
What's this?
All right, bitch. I got you down for a 1-bedroom, no bath. 37 square feet, that's gonna run you about $3,200 a month. Okay. Utilities are not included. Damn. And what I mean by that is there's no running water, there's no AC, there's no heat. What if I get cold? Turn on the oven. And in the summer, open the refrigerator. Also, quiet hours are from 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. each day. So the whole day? Precisely. In conclusion, shut your bitch ass up always. At all times is shut the fuck up o'clock. Damn. Now on the off chance that you fail to shut the fuck up in a timely manner, I will have to send Bruce up to your apartment and he will crash out. Is that Batman? Nah, it's whoop your ass man. Oh my God. No barbecuing, no music, no cooking, no children, no dancing, no smoking, no laughing, and no Uber Eats or DoorDash unless you got enough for me and Bruce. You know what? I think I'm just gonna find an apartment somewhere else. Bet, that's gonna be a $12,000 cancellation fee. I'm not paying that. You think this is a fucking game? Bruce, beat this nigga ass right now. Beat his ass. Beat the brakes off his ass.
Natuurlijk niet arguen en dat is wel echt problematisch. Bijvoorbeeld aan het einde van de conferentie gingen we naar buiten. Had je een democraat, zo'n oude meneer die dan met zo'n Trump-piñata aan het spelen was.
Hello, sir. What do you got out here?
I got my Donald.
Has anybody missed Short Yugo? Hi, I'm Short Yugo. Whenever this thing goes up, Short Yugo is here for around 5 seconds. Hi, I'm Short and I'm Yugo.
God.
Wee.
Trump.
This is how we do the stream now. When I'm down here, I talk like this.
Piñata?
Mm-hmm.
Piñata.
Go back in the closet till the next MAGA event.
No, it's Holland, Michigan.
And I recognize the danger and the exploitation of this country by these people, these cult members. So,
You're referring to Trump supporters as cult members, right?
Yes.
Why?
Well,
is this what Trump people feel like? Like, is this how you see things?
They're members of a cult. They've lost the ability to think and reason.
Why would you not vote for Trump if you had critical thinking skills then?
Do I have stupid written on my head?
No, but you can explain it. Like, don't be too arrogant and just explain it to the audience then. That's the main.
I knew you were Albanian. I'm channeling hardcore Albanian energy right now. Woo! We was Illyrians and shit.
Foolish thing why people shouldn't vote for Trump.
Because it's a cult behind a man who has nothing but evil on his mind.
Yeah, this is kind of a repetitive argument. You need to come up with arguments because you're not really.
Well, here's all my signs.
Shouldn't you have some convincing arguments to talk to people?
That's why I have these signs.
Are you a Christian? Are you religious at all?
Well,
or are you
I'm not
atheist?
religious at all. I grew up Catholic. I guarantee he has no more religion than I do. He doesn't pay. You're such suckers. You fall for anything this guy says. He was convicted of sexual assault, and the same charge as any other state would have been rape.
Did you support Bill Clinton?
I got along. Wasn't crazy about him.
Oh, okay. So you support Bill Clinton and all of his sexual harassment allegations and Monica Lewinsky?
Hi, our guy, fucking Short King energy up in here. Our guy's a rapist, but what about your guy who was a rapist? And the other guy is like unironically, yeah, I love our guy that's a rapist, but maybe, I don't know, I might be wrong, I'm just a small boy, I'm just a small bean boy, but maybe like, I don't know, like, all rapists might be bad. I don't know. I know it's controversial, but like, maybe don't rape. I think that's kind of. It's kind of nice when like nobody rapes. I don't know. I know it's kind of difficult to have like an American president that doesn't rape, but like, I'm just saying, you know, like, don't rape, please.
He got a fucking blowjob. Big deal.
Maybe they're both scum. Maybe they're both scum. Maybe all presidents of the United States are scum.
I was looking at the new
Literally normal person in between two fucking cult members that they're calling each other cult members. I love it.
scale of rating morons.
This is told Hugo. Kill rapists in Minecraft. Don't fuck. Don't kill their careers. Don't let them have a career if they are rapists. Rapists are bad.
Imbeciles.
Okay, I'm done. It will never end.
Don't do violence on anyone. Violence is bad.
En dan begon hij opeens Clinton te verdedigen.
Heel raar om kritiek te hebben op Trump omdat hij slecht zou omgaan met vrouwen. Ja. En dan niet te erkennen dat bijna elke Amerikaanse president een problematisch verleden heeft.
Voor war criminal is op zich.
Ja, ik bedoel, noem één recent Amerikaanse president die geen oorlogsmisdaden heeft gepleegd. Ja. Ik wacht wel. Ja, en wat ons dus ook heel erg fascineerde, wij zijn in de avond iets gaan drinken met een van de mensen die we daar ontmoet hadden. Hele aardige meid, leuk gesprek mee gehad.
Stop speaking foreign, goddammit.
So what can communists and other progressives learn from the conservative movement in the United States? Well, I think it's very clear that we need to conquer the topic of safety. A lot of these things are about safety. People are perceiving the threat of a third world war. They're looking for someone to de-escalate. People are very afraid of fentanyl killing their loved ones. They're seeking for a solution. I think the left should be the party for safety. And ultimately, safety is about providing things like housing. Safety is about providing things like a minimum wage. Safety is about taking away the material conditions that cause people to harm others. And I don't think the prison industrial complex, I don't think the American state can provide safety through repression. So ultimately, safety should be...
The American state's so bad at providing housing, it can't even provide housing to its imprisoned population, so it has to privatize it.
Our topic. We should be the party for safety. The left should be the pioneer for safety. Collective societies are very safe societies. Societies where people know each other. Societies with a strong sense of community are safe societies. So I think that we shouldn't let this topic belong to the Republicans. Safety should be a topic for the left. We are the party for safety.
I don't know. This picture though tells me
we are the party for safety.
This guy might be a communist. This makes me think this guy might be a communist. But who am I to say, you know? Speaking of America, let's watch this video. How empires fall and why the U.S. is next. Is the U.S. next? Is the U.S. not next? Also to remind you that we are only 4 gift subs away from me donating another 5. So if you want 9 people to be saved from the tumor, which is advertisement, do consider giving 4 gift subs because I will give 5 additional ones. I hate money, but I hate ads more. Let's fucking go, baby. Tall Hugo in the house.
Every empire falls. That is certain.
Not necessarily, but okay.
No matter how long they reigned and how far their rule stretched. From the Romans who ruled for over 1,000 years, to the Ottomans who spanned continents, and the USSR that changed the political landscape of the modern world. So is the empire...
Defining... what the fuck? Okay, this is a strong start. What the fuck? Okay.
Empire we're living under today also...
Yeah, they just call the USSR an empire. That's fucking legendary. I am... Okay, no, let's...
crumbling.
Yes. The key question is how fast.
We have bounties beyond those known to the people of any other day.
American democracy is obviously limping on both feet.
America is not the greatest country in the world anymore.
The US empire is falling.
There's not female CIA Harris. It's not. Like, this is the channel called Uncivilized. They have like very, very anti-imperialist content. Left adjacent, sometimes even socialist. They are very like, I think they're very like Cuba good. There was Jesus, the real story of Jesus was pretty decent. Like, was Jesus revolutionary, etc., etc. They're very pro-Palestinian. They're like Vietnam-based, etc., etc.
And there are 3 symptoms of its impending demise that we can see from looking to the past. Let's start with the oldest of the bunch.
The Roman Empire is not the oldest empire. Okay, now, like, do you want toxic Hugo, or do you want, like, fucking with the vibes Hugo? So immediately, like, the Roman Empire is not the oldest empire. It's far from it.
These videos are made possible by our supporters on Patreon. If you'd like to help us tell more stories like this, you can become
a really fucking toxic
paying member through the link in the description.
Of the bunch. He said of the bunch. There you go. I'm being toxic.
Now back to the video. The Roman Empire oversaw the lives of millions of people. Remnants of its great reign still stand in cities across the world, a testament to their reach and influence in the lands they conquered.
Never has Rome been greater or stronger than now.
But then, after 1,000 years of domination, it fell. And just like Rome wasn't built in a day, it didn't fall in one either. Instead, the fall of the Roman Empire was death by 1,000 cuts. But there's one factor in particular we're going to look at.
There are basically two legitimate arguments about the growth and survival of empire. One is grow to a point which you believe is sustainable, then do hyper-isolationism and continue to uphold your standards as the empire through the indirect plundering, no longer colonization, key point here, plundering, no longer colonization. You do not actually want to expand your territory of other parts of the world. That is the classic American approach, right? Sure, they're doing colonization, but indirectly through Israel and other adjacent projects. But you still want to keep your own territory. You want to define only the people living on that particular territory as citizens deserving of rights. And all other places are to have as much of their resources extracted through whatever methodology the current time allows. For the Americans, because they exist in late-stage capitalism, it is the use of the corporate entity, which goes without necessarily needing an army or a flag to particular countries, privatizes them in the way it privatizes them, and then extracts resources through what is in international law defined as completely legal. Thank you very much, Shade, for the 3 months, you fucking G. Thank you very, very much. Or you have more classic manners of expanding an empire, which are quite literally expansionistic, such as the Roman Empire, which, you know, some people give the argument that they stopped expanding is what allowed them, what pushed them to the eventual collapse. It's a much longer and more complex conversation than that. Let's see what the video maker is making. But basically, in order for an empire to continue existing, it needs to separate itself from the other and exploit the other, which is very ironic because in both of the definitions, you are working on a limited timetable because eventually the people you are either extracting resources out of or that you're colonizing are going to revolt against you. And I have this, obviously it's not achievable through internationalist means from the perspective of empire, because an empire, the Roman Empire can only exist if there are non-Romans. The U.S. empire can only exist if there are non-Americans. Any empire can only exist as long as there is the other. But ironically, basically what my pitch is, for you to have an empire that whose sun, whose territory the sun never sets forever, is if your empire forever never has the sun set on them. AKA, if you don't want it to collapse, you pretty much got to take over the whole planet, which nobody has done to this point. But then at that point, that would not be an empire. That would be an internationalist project that is attempting to unify our whole species under one particular banner. And at that point, it's not an empire, which to an extent is what the Soviet Union, again, on a much lower scale because it was participating in the Cold War, could not achieve. But the long-term goal of that socialist project, and most likely any socialist project of the future, would be to bring the whole globe under one banner. The internationalist aspect of that very conversation is that, well, bringing the whole world under one banner does not mean the elimination of domestic cultures, languages, cultures, ways of life, etc., etc. Quite to the contrary, by bringing them in to the fold of a planet governed by humans for humans, those very people will be able to express themselves more fully because they will not be victims of indirect or direct colonization and imperialism.
Internal decay.
At the height of its grandeur and its glory, a civilization so powerful.
By the way, if you have if you have a very large civilization and you want it to continue existing forever, the only way to achieve that project is if the civilization in question is one that governs over the whole globe, which again cannot be achieved without the internationalist and class-conscious aspects of how it is to be run.
It could never become...
Because it will lead to all sorts of different both reactionary or liberationary nationalist movements.
Conquered from without, yet it found the seeds of its destruction within itself.
There was a huge disparity between the lives of the elite and the commoners. Rome's elites lived in grand estates.
You can't have an empire unless you have people that watch the ads. Exactly. Like the ad is going to play in 1 minute that you can avoid by becoming a sub.
Hosting lavish, decadent banquets where they'd feast on peacock tongue and wine.
We're slow on subs today. We're stuck in the year 2012 when it comes to subs. It's okay. I still love you.
Wine from naked waiters.
Every one of these senatorial families has holdings all over the Roman Empire. They're the equivalent of small multinational corporations. They are wealthy in a way that is impossible for us to understand.
The poor lived a very different reality. They worked menial jobs and lived mostly on bread and porridge, living in overcrowded, badly built buildings, prone to collapse and spreading disease.
The games are all about the Roman emperors giving the people what they need, and it's always described as bread and circuses. They had to feed the people of Rome, but once they were fed, they had to be entertained.
Let the games begin!
There were famines, peasant uprisings, and slavery, and the Roman tax system disproportionately impacted the lower classes, while the wealthy often avoided taxes through exemption or corruption.
This is now a new era of Roman history. Rome is no longer what it was. Rome is in decline.
The middle class was shrinking, and the economy became increasingly polarized between the very rich and the very poor, all fueling resentment and instability. So what does this tell us about the US?
Home they've always dreamed of. The happiest.
I mean, the way they set up the premise, it tells us everything about the U.S. because everything that is happening currently in the U.S. is a direct replica of the previous factors that impacted the fall of the Roman Empire. Just like it's relatively problematic to make these parallels because the systems that existed in Rome and that exist in the United States are very different for many reasons, but the main one is the United States as an empire is the consequence of empire learning from history. Dialectical imperialism teaches us that nothing. What did I say? Did I say dialectical imperialism? Dialectical materialism teaches us that there is no system that exists in a isolated bubble that is simply born with its own wisdoms and ways of life and ways of organization without direct or indirect impact by previous systems of organization that have existed throughout history that have led to a point in which this particular system is happens to exist. AKA, more modern empires learn from the mistakes of previous empires, and that allows them to live longer.
Investment they have ever made.
The middle class was once a symbol of the American dream. It meant owning your own home with a white picket fence.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, for the fucking lube, baby. Thank you for the gifty. Thank you very much.
A car, kids going to school, a perceived ease and quality of life that couldn't be found anywhere else in the world, and that anyone could achieve so long as they worked hard enough.
We are a prospering people, wherever we live, or earn our livelihood.
But for the past few decades, that's all become increasingly out of reach for lots of Americans.
Some people skipping meals because they simply can't afford it.
The number of people experiencing...
We're socialist barbarists using dialectical imperialism. Let's go. Gabriel on his Romka arc.
Homelessness in a single night went up 12%.
Every year, hundreds of thousands of people are literally asking for donations to afford medical treatment.
Our roads. Systems based on exploitation need to get resources from somewhere. They exploit the domestic population to a certain extent. They exploit the population and resources of other places on the globe on a larger, on a larger percentage. That eventually runs out. Number one, because the needs increase and the standards increase, and therefore the demand of the domestic ruling class increases. So the exploitation of foreign lands and the domestic working class increases, which leads to higher contradictions, which leads to higher levels of class consciousness, which leads to higher chances of reaction, both positive and negative, which leads to either the boot stepping on your neck harder, or the elimination of the boot itself and the creation of a new system, which then creates its own contradictions, which lead to potentially a newer system. And the theory, basically oversimplified, is as we go through those systems, we will eventually reach one that is minimized hierarchical exploitation to a point at which it is borderline something that we can ignore, because the contradictions will never pile up enough in that particular system to want us to overthrow it, aka post-hierarchy, aka post-class, etc.
And bridges are crumbling, our airports are out of date, and the vast majority of our seaports are in danger of becoming obsolete.
But Americans from the grocery store to the gas station are seeing their budgets tighten every single month.
And the changes suggested would mean higher taxes for the average American family, widening America's already massive income gap.
90% of the wealth is right here in the top, and then the lower middle class, they've got 0.3% of a piece. Yeah, they have some crumbs there.
Yes, socialism or barbarism, or adapted to the modern time, socialism or extinction. Problems are ignored, and the problems are ignored by whatever the median is for a particular system, for a particular empire, or even for a particular nation state for a very long time. And that's when you have classic Republicans and classic Democrats fighting over what type of reform is acceptable or what type of reform is unacceptable. But the breaking point is always eventually reached, and that is when the population of a particular part of the world needs to ask themselves whether they want to fix the problem or whether they want to dive deep into the cope. And the cope is usually shooting whatever group of people in your country you have defined as the main cause of this problem, completely avoiding the very systematic issues that have led you there. It's, I don't know, it's some drinking right now, right? You can get fucked up and do stupid things 20 times in your life, and the 21st time you will break the law or you will hurt someone else, and then life will basically give you two choices. Look at my past and see why I'm doing this. Holy shit, the last 21 times I did something stupid. I was drunk every single time. Maybe, and this is the systematic problem, maybe maybe me drinking all the fucking time and doing these stupid things because I don't know how to fucking drink is what's leading me to causing these problems for me and my loved ones. That's why maybe I should stop drinking. That is the socialist approach to it. And then you stop drinking, or you find an alternative or whatever. Or the reactionary approach to it is, no, my drinking isn't the problem. My stupid bitch wife is the problem. My stupid fucking kids are the problem. My stupid bitch husband is the problem. The world hates me, etc., etc. That is the reactionary approach. You become more violent, you become more toxic, which leads you to what? To drinking even more, to going deeper and deeper and deeper into the cope that ironically hurts you as well as it hurts others. So yeah, there you go. Alcoholic allegory to the decline of empire and the eventual choice between overturning the particular system of behavior, or in the case of societies, the particular management of resources, either overturning it or completely diving into the cope.
And the poorest, they have no pie. In fact, they have less than no pie. They actually have a bill for pie. They're in pie debt.
They're struggling to meet rent or mortgage payments, repay college loans, to repay loans for a car.
While the wealthy have become steadily wealthier, wages have been stagnant and costs of living have surged. And it's not like these changes are mutually exclusive. It's off the backs of workers, off the exploitation of the American masses, that the wealthy continue to engorge themselves.
Elon Musk has officially become the richest person in the world. His net worth has crossed the $400 billion mark.
Companies buying out the housing market, insurance companies making healthcare unaffordable, politicians taking money from lobbies to protect corporate interests and fill their own pockets, and the working class is well aware.
Hoarding wealth is so harmful, so unethical, so rage-inducing.
Billionaires should not exist. So you talk about teacher's salary.
Working class is aware, but it is very important to mention that also the capitalists are very aware. They understand that the decline is coming much faster than any of us do. A random cliche example is, I don't remember if it was BP Oil or ExxonMobil, but they knew that, global climate change is coming before pretty much anybody else. And they are a representative of the very enterprises and corporations which are the most at fault for said climate change, right? So you're playing against an enemy that is always 50 steps ahead of you because they have both far higher access to resources, but also information than you do. So you're basically reacting to a move that they've made 10 years ago. Right now, us as socialists, we are reacting to the strategies that capitalists have set in their 10, 20-year plans in 2024.
$2,000 in rent, $400 car payment, you got insurance, you got groceries, electricity. I don't understand how people are affording life right now.
For 5 stitches, $3,800. What?
It's so freaking hard to live here.
North America is one big scam.
And then there's the internal social and political decay. People have become disenchanted with the illusion of American democracy, of its promises of equality, of equal opportunity for all as long as you pick yourself up by your bootstraps.
You can see a sea of people all united under one cause. They are protesting for racial equality.
The murder of a healthcare executive has led to online popularity for the shooter.
Mangione has emerged in some circles as a sympathetic figure fighting the system.
All this leads to political instability, economic trouble, and social unrest, which weakens the empire at its core. But an empire is bigger than its center. It's a network of vassal states serving the core's interests, and keeping all those entities in check is done through both soft power and hard power. That brings us to symptom number 2. To understand soft power and how it plays into imperial decline, let's look at the Ottomans.
It was a huge empire, dominated by a Turkish dynasty that had its origins in Asia Minor.
The Ottoman Empire was one of the most powerful and enduring empires in history, spanning 3 continents at its height. It was a hub of cultural and scientific innovation, producing advancements in medicine, astronomy, architecture, and engineering that changed the world.
They ruled a considerable mix of peoples and faiths.
There was no great history of ethnic tension, even...
No great history of ethnic. Well, wait, because like the Roman Empire, like depicting the Roman Empire in an extremely positive light, that's like whitewashing, right? What is this brownwashing? Is this brownwashing? I'm sorry. Yeah, no ethnic tension. No, of course not. Of course not. A imperialist, colonial, massively oppressive empire that would literally come into your house and take your fucking newborn son and turn him into a mass killing machine that they would send towards his own people. Is not oppressive. Telling people that the tallest church has to be at least max half the size of the mosque in the city is not oppressive. Having taxes that are 10 times higher for ethnic and religious minorities versus the dominant majority is not oppressive. Not allowing people any sort of independence when it comes to how they are ruled in their own lands and always having to report to Istanbul is not impressive. My brother in whatever God you believe in. Sorry, this is just hilarious. Ottoman Empire, very progressive, very science, very advanced, very thank you Ottoman Empire, very thank you. Fuck off, bro. Oh Lord.
Even though there was a history of massively complicated ethnic and confessional coexistence.
Well, yeah, coexistence. Coexistence is you listen or I kill you. Incredible coexistence, absolutely. Yes.
It lasted
fantastic. Okay. Oh, fuck that shit. I ain't standing on that fucking thing ever, bro.
Almost 600 years until it didn't.
I love when me and Hakeem when we meet, like we really talk, like we actually had a conversation about like the way certain people try to depict the Ottoman Empire, and we ironically to an extent came to the conclusion of it's like very well intentioned people that don't want to like appear bigoted, mostly in the West, that are like, oh yo, we only get to criticize Western empires. We don't get to we have to depict the Ottoman Empire for some reason as good because we would otherwise feel racist or some shit. No. Empire bad, okay? Empire that is not based on international coexistence where ethnicity, religious belonging, etc., is not a factor, is bad. You don't have to be like, oh, good if like it's literally black female prison guards logic. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. I know it's a bit personal for me as a Balkan Slav, right? But please, like God, Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, 420 Blushed, for the 10 months, you fucking legend. Thank you very much.
One factor that contributed to its demise was its waning influence over the peoples and territories it had under its control.
Waning influence? No, it's the same as the Romans and potentially even the Americans in the future. They were losing money. They were losing an ideological foothold over these particular places. Yes, sure, you can define that as soft power, which is what they are talking about, which is absolutely, in my opinion, correct. But you had a burgeoning idea of progressive nationalist liberation and I don't know, anti-imperial thought, which in Europe was pretty much born from the French Revolution, which led to all these people saying, yo, bruv, why the fuck we listening to Istanbul and stuff? And there could have been a very decent answer to that with, actually internationalizing the empire, maybe switching up the name and creating a more egalitarian society on the topics of class and ethnicity. But they didn't do that. So those nationalities were like, fuck this shit. We're fucking balkanizing. Let's fucking go.
Also known as the loss of soft power. Soft power is about being more persuasive than coercive, about getting people to comply without using force. In the case of the Ottomans, it was a delicate balance of diplomacy and cultural influence. But over time...
delicate. One example, they walked into Bulgaria and Serbia proper. They took every single influential man in both of those republics, and they just cut their fucking heads off, and then they paraded their heads through every influential city for like 3 weeks. That's the type of very soft power. No, yes, the Ottomans were very, very good at soft power as well, but pitching them as guys that did not do hard fucking power is whack as fuck.
The empire's ability to foster loyalty among diverse groups was eroding.
They did it delicately, Hugo. Exactly, very delicately. Thank you, Reynolds Gone. Thank you very much, brother.
Aided by rising nationalism within these communities.
The Greeks were the first to rebel against the Ottoman shackles.
The minute you start getting a political world, this system is going to break down. And that is what happens in the 19th century, and that is the great conundrum for the empire.
People stopped buying into the vision of the empire and began to break off and push.
They were never buying into the vision of the empire, my friend. Your intentions are kind, but they were never buying into... We are talking about ethnicities here that for 400 to 500 years, 400 to 500 years, talking about the Serbs, the Bulgarians, the Greeks, the Albanians even, for 400 to 500 years, imagine existing, your country not existent. Country does not exist. Dynasty back then does not exist. You are under a larger empire. So we must ask the question, why would this, the Bulgarian identity, the Serbian identity, the Albanian identity, etc., the Romanian identity, why would it continue existing, the Greek, definitely, why would it continue existing for 4 to 5 centuries if shit was decent and they just believed in the Ottoman project? They didn't believe in the Ottoman project. My God.
Pursue their own interests.
Even the Turks themselves with Ataturk, they were like, this empire shit is whack as fuck. Let's do our own thing. It's well-meaning. I'm not shitting on the content creator. They're well-meaning. Just talk shit about the Roman Empire deservingly and very properly, and then to try and spin the Ottoman Empire as something that is somehow a bit more progressive than the classic Roman approaches to empire building is fucking whack. Hey, as a Romanian, we had a very famous reaction to the Ottomans. We were very mindful, very demure about it too. Absolutely, yes. It came out of their ass. Let's say it that way. People decided to do their own thing once pressure lifted. Very strange. And again, I am like a hardcore internationalist. I do understand that it would be impossible without socialism, but I unironically believe in a united globe where simple ethnic-based borders, nations, and states are not the proper manner through which we should organize as a species. But to give a pitch that a very ethnic-based empire that was exploiting other ethnicities is somehow progressive is fucking wild as fuck.
U.S. has been really good at soft power.
Globalism, good ending. It's called internationalism. Like socialists are the first genuine internationalists. Even Lenin talks about this. Marx fucking talked about this ad nauseum. Engels as well. Once the class contradiction is resolved, borders will quite literally stop making any sense. And having different socialized states existing in a form of competition will also cease to make sense. And therefore, the long-term goal of any socialist revolution is the eventual unification of our species under one Terran banner. And that is not LARP, that is socialist theory. You clearly don't know anything. They were all clearly in love for the few hundreds of years, but then they rolled the die and chose the wrong side during during World War I, and it blew up. Exactly, brother.
Power. It began after World War II, when the US positioned itself as a global leader promoting democracy, economic growth, and cultural influence.
Joe's the king because
the only reason why nations are important for socialism is national liberation, absolutely. National liberation movements, and they are a short-term goal to unify under the internationalist banner, which is basic Fanon and shit, and Lenin and shit. Yes. Thank you, Gay Lenin.
because he can
Said thank you, Gay Lenin.
buy more with his wages than any other worker on the globe.
It is the most important idea that the United States has contributed to the world.
The simplest argument on this topic for like some like nationalist socialists, which you're already very freaky, bro, is once the contradiction of class is addressed and class is destroyed, what's the first next contradiction that you can think of? Okay, let's imagine we have 60% of the planet under a socialist banner, but it's all different nation states that have established socialism. What's the next contradiction? These very same socialist states are going to be like, but why do we get, like, why are we exploited a bit more than our socialist neighbor? Even though if we collaborated and exchanged resources and industry, we could all grow at the same pace? What the fuck? Why are we building a socialist industry in Germany that is competing with our fellow working class people over in France? The fuck? Why? It's literally the next contradiction. It makes no sense. Thank you, Raiders. Thank you, Kairos Rev. Everybody go give Kairos a nice follow. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you very much.
Citizens of every rank can expect to have a better, richer, happier life.
It helped
I gotta take a quick piss. I'll be right back.
to rebuild war-torn Europe, set up major global institutions where it continues to hold significant power, and has exported music, television, and pop culture across the world for decades. And the messaging of this soft power has been consistent and clear.
Shining city upon a hill. After 200 years, she's still a beacon, still a magnet for all who must have freedom.
But for soft power to work, for people to buy into the fantasy and want to participate, they need to see credibility and moral consistency. Now, just to be clear, the US has violated the principles it preaches since its founding, not to mention since its emergence as a global hegemon. It seems the majority of people were willing to overlook that and buy into the American dream. But the illusion is falling apart.
The mob tore down scaffolding, battled their way through the last line of police defense, and broke into the Capitol building itself.
At home, the land of democracy, liberty, and human rights hasn't kept up the best image in recent years, and it's not any better abroad. The US has spearheaded and overseen devastating wars, crippling debt, human rights violations, and environmental damage across the world, which has made it hard to take preaching of democracy and freedom seriously.
America no longer charts a course and therefore has lost all rights to set it, and even more so to impose it on others.
Disillusionment with American values is growing, and in its panic, the empire continues to thrash and bully to stay relevant.
Hi, I'm back. How do you rate the piss? A 7 out of 10. Very nice.
That's where hard power comes in.
Right.
Free mental percentage at home, the last falling apart.
The mob tore down scaffolding, battled their way through the last line of police defense, and broke into the Capitol building itself.
At home, the land of democracy, liberty, and human rights hasn't kept up the best image in recent years, and it's not any better abroad. The US has spearheaded and overseen devastating wars.
Yes and no. Borders are often arbitrary, but many aren't. For example, rivers or mountain chains. These are physical barriers which make it difficult to exercise authority on both sides, meaning these barriers to form natural borders to rule. As for fake borders, are imaginary, but very much real because there is a threat of violence to not respecting them. None of that invalidates, however, that nation borders are a stupid concept. Yes, that is 100% correct. A lot of countries have created borders based on unpassable lands, which de facto isolated the people of one region from the people of another region, which then impacted the creation of relatively different cultures because they were separated by unpassable water, mountain, desert, etc., etc. But in an ever increasingly connected world, thanks to the good old internet, thanks to the good old plane, thanks to the good old train, we are coming closer and closer to a very real realization that there is much more in common that we share than there are things that separate us. And in the long term, that not idea, but that reality, that fact Okay? Repeat, fact will hopefully lead to a united species.
Crippling debt, human rights violations, and environmental damage across the world, which has made it hard to take preaching of democracy and freedom seriously.
America no longer charts a course and therefore has lost...
This is a relatively important point. It is Ideology Saturday, right? It is important that both the domestic population, but even international allies of said empire, whatever it is, believe in the pitch on why empire is acting the way it's acting. And America had the classic pitch of, we are actually liberating places. And there's still plenty of countries, plenty of politicians, and plenty of peoples all around the world that still believe it. But that number is dwindling. And once you no longer have the material ability to motivate people, ideological ability to motivate them is very important. But then when you run out of both at the same time, that is, not to repeat myself, but that is a whole lot of fucking contradiction you need to address. Okie dokie, okie dokie.
Rights to set it, and even more so to impose it on others.
Disillusionment with American values is growing, and in its panic, the empire continues to thrash and bully to stay relevant.
Like any good MLM, you either keep them in the pyramid scheme because they're making some money, or you keep them in the pyramid scheme because they think they will eventually make some money. So with Americans, you have allies because they still hope that they're going to maybe one day live as good as the Americans, or their idea of how well the Americans are living, which is also unrealistic. Or you give them money. Right? It's I don't know. A direct example of this would be Georgia and South Korea. There you go. Georgia, the country, not the state.
That's where hard power comes in, and brings us to the third symptom of the fall of an empire. This one is best illustrated by the Soviet Union.
Oh no! We got to that part of the video. Let's see what they say.
Now, the USSR ideologically rejected the idea of imperialism, but the reality is that it looked and acted like an empire.
The Soviet Communist Party has not faced a serious internal threat to its political rule since the 1920s.
There was a centralized authority overseeing expansion and control of a collective...
I find it interesting that they used the Ottoman Empire for soft power and not exactly the Soviet Union, because the one criticism of overreaching its influence that you could give to Soviet foreign policy is exactly like soft power on steroids. Poland, Romania, Bulgaria are great examples of, those countries not necessarily having a decent leadership, but a leadership that was loyal to Moscow instead of, focusing on the development of, scientific socialism domestically. They brought in people that even after realizing were not as competent as some other people in those countries, some other socialists in those countries could have been, remained in those positions because they were very, very loyal to Moscow. That is literally the leadership both of Poland and of Romania and of Bulgaria, the three examples that I've used. But again, it is soft power. So I don't know. Let's see what hard power they're going to talk about. They're going to talk about Afghanistan. Like, I know what they're going to talk about, which was a big L. It was stupid. The fuck.
Election of republics and satellite states, where movements for autonomy were suppressed. What tethered these states together was a unified ideology, communism. But it was also hard power, military might. And
yes, why was this hard power and military might created? Sure, it was hypocritical for a society that said herder, hierarchy bad, herder, class bad, to then create a new subclass of people, generals, majors, soldiers, which were then venerated to great heights as the truest representatives of the Soviet ideal. That is true, but why did it happen? Maybe as a reaction revolution to literally 2 weeks after the revolution, fucking Axis powers back then deploying in Russia proper. Maybe because they understood that if they do not create a defensive mechanism against capitalist states, they will be crushed in 22 fucking seconds. So yes, while this might be a contradiction, and it is a contradiction, it is a contradiction that adapted to the reality of the times, which allowed the Soviet Union to basically exist for longer than 2 to 3 years.
That costs money.
It is here, in Red Square, that the superpower Soviet Union holds its military parades, displaying its might for all the world to see.
At its strongest.
But okay, like now we're listening. Okay, so why are they calling the Soviet Union empire? The only first point they made is they made a big army. They made a big, strong military, which unironically was the only reason. We can all disagree here on our perspectives towards the Soviet Union. But you're but you're stupid, respectfully. You are stupid if you think that their development of nuclear weapons and of a very, very large standing army was not the main reason why they weren't completely crushed in the first 2 to 3 decades of their existence. Right?
The Soviet Union had 5 million soldiers.
Whatever you think about the Soviet Union, I think, tell me, chat, is this something that we can agree on? I think all of us can agree on. The Soviet Union needed to develop its military and its basically whole military industry, because without it, it would have been, the revolution would have been crushed in a matter of a decade, right? And I don't know, there's a little thing called World War II with a little mustache guy that kind of proved this point and did not only save the territory of the Soviet Union from imminent collapse and fascist overtake, but arguably the rest of the world as well. If these tactical nukes the USSR developed were so harmless, then why did they bomb 2 cities in Japan? Yeah.
Wonderful. A new child soldier.
Agreed, we don't live in an idealistic world. We can't live by idealistic ideals. We have to look to reality, of course. F. Joel, thank you very much for the 2-month streak. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Thank you to all Oilers. Love being oiled up as I slide through these anarchists, bro. Like, that's the only way I can smooth in between. Oh no, state with external enemies develops military and state security apparatus. That never happens. Exactly. Okay, so we all agree on this. I'm glad. You don't have to be a Soviet stan to understand the very real necessity of protecting yourself against both counter-revolutionary movements domestically and abroad.
Stationed around the Union.
And there's one thing that we can all agree, there's multiple, that we can learn from the Soviet experiment is exactly that. You gotta be able to physically defend said revolution. And by physically, I mean a fucking gun, brother.
Pursued wars and conquests to maintain and expand its reach.
Okay,
Then there's
wars and conquests, which one? Afghanistan is the only example. Yes, we all agree. A mistake, bad. Yeah, one failed stupid war defines a whole country as an empire. Then every single country that has ever existed is an empire. There is no country known to man, correct me if I'm wrong, that still exists that has not gone to war with another place. That is bad. Yes, that is bad. You should not do that. You should not do that. But that's, yeah.
There's all the money spent on the arms race during the Cold War. Money spent on propping up parties and proxy wars across the world.
Propping up parties and proxy wars against the world. And it's a picture of the Soviets collaborating with the... With who? Guess who that is? The Asian person. What country? Yes, Vietnam. Yeah. Come on, you can do much better than this. Propping up parties abroad uses Vietnam as an example, a country invaded by the United States and previously by like 20 different European empires who, under the ideals of class consciousness, socialism, and anti-imperial struggle, very much so supported financially and militarily by the Soviet Union, managed to liberate itself from empire. And after having liberated itself from empire, the Soviet Union didn't come and like install some fucking guy from rural Moscow to run. That is an example of blat.
And money spent on wars like Afghanistan.
Yes, we get it, Afghanistan. We agree. Yes. Oh my God. Repeat. Say Afghanistan one more fucking time. Say it one more time. Yes, absolutely. Yes, bad. Everybody agrees. Probably fucking if I took a like hardcore Soviet that was part of the Soviet Communist Party at its fucking peak at that time, and I put him in this room, he would also be like, that was an L. Yeah, we get it.
A protracted 10-year-long conflict that cost them $50 billion.
The superpower from the north occupies Afghanistan with more than 100,000 troops, a modern mechanized army.
Eventually, the cost of keeping the empire in check became unmanageable.
What empire? It was an internationalist system in which, for the first time in human history, had this incredibly progressive idea of what if ethnicity, fuck that shit. What if we all won under the idea of progressive social reform and a class-oriented society? That is the opposite of... Have you heard of countries with minorities? That means that every country that exists in which the minorities are not self-determined is de facto an empire. What is like the idea of the progressive anarchist on how to run a planet, and I love anarchists genuinely, but is the idea like everybody does self-determination and the planet has like 1,500 nation states? Is that the idea? Because I want to introduce you to a little thing known as the market economy, in which when you have a lot of corporations, on day 2, corporations start eating other corporations, and you end up in the same monopoly system that you had before you reintroduced the free market. If you just give everybody self-determination, the thing they're going to start doing on the next day is going to start shooting each other and overtaking each other's territories. And give it 150 years and hundreds of millions of lives, and you will have a global map that looks very similar to today's. Self-determination in a capitalist context, except as a means for national liberation, but just, self-determination for the sake of self-determination is like a child's understanding of geopolitics. Bro, the idea is 150 million villages, yeah. Why not just give every single person self-determination? Yeah, let's all have to communally vote on whether the sewage system works this week. Why did so many colonized countries want to align with the USSR? I don't fucking know. And dude, I try so hard not to be like the resident guy on Twitch that is like, oh, good Soviet Union, oh, look good. But come on, my friends. No, still, channel is good. Like, God bless them. Their intention is good. That is all that I care about at the end of the day. But Jesus Christ.
And the
USSR empire. Give argument, one bad war. Yes, we agree. But it does not make a country an empire. Hell, I would have agreed if instead of the Ottoman Empire, use the USSR as an example of soft power going wrong. Because the USSR, for example, would be a great example of that. They did soft power on Hungary, on Romania, on Bulgaria, on Poland, on Czechoslovakia. That soft power started eroding because of different reasons, but the Soviet Union started going into decline. The people living in those countries that had soft power exerted on them were starting to question their governments that were aligned with Moscow, and eventually they started counter-revolutions in those countries, and that soft power was removed. There you go. Great parallel. Great fucking parallel for soft power with the Soviet Union. Would be great. Would be absolutely great. But we talk about, we use the Soviet Union as an example of hard power. Shobya, hard power, how? Sorry about the rant, but god damn it, dude.
Economy took a hit. By the late 80s, people within the Union were struggling with soaring.
Didn't the USSR do a lot of Russification? I might be wrong. Yes, in the beginning, because they still did not, their literal fucking 1930s, like fucking peasant brains did not understand the concept of international coexistence. So it took them a decade or two. I apologize, but that's how long it takes for them to start understanding that you can actually have multiple ethnicities coexist and those cultures to mingle and to create something new.
Poverty and a low quality of life, with no strategic wins to show for all that money spent. Military and ideological overextension.
Maybe they use USSR to try to co-opt Western brainwashing. Maybe, but if I was a Westerner watching this, my take would be all empires fall. So yeah, I guess that's history and that's life. That's just human nature. That's the only thing you get out of this.
Drained not only the economy, but public morale as well, until people got fed up.
In Moscow, the hammer and sickle is lowered for the last time.
Sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. It doesn't, because when the hammer and sickle in the Soviet Union fell and the Cold War ended, the idea of a systematic alternative to capitalism in a lot of people's brains died. If the American flag goes down and it becomes the Republic of Texas, of Wisconsin, and of New California, the flag of the dollar, or whatever New California dollar currency they create for the free market system in those newly founded republics, will continue to fly. With the Soviet Union, the idea, at least for a time, of an alternative to capitalism died. Not just the Soviet Union. An idea died. For a time, again. We are here, so it didn't fully die. But if the United States dies, capitalism continues. So making those parallels is freaky as fuck.
All estimates agree that the cost will be at least $1 trillion. The Bush administration never expected the war to drag on as long as it has.
The fall of Kabul to the Taliban marked an abrupt end to America's longest war. The war cost American taxpayers about $1 trillion.
The U.S. carried out long, brutal, expensive wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, with nothing to show for it except instability and devastation and financial loss.
This is cope. This is cope. They lost a lot of soldiers, they lost a lot of money, etc., but they withdrew out of Afghanistan because it was no longer, because they no longer care for it. They're like, fuck it. They very much so, to a very large extent, still occupy Iraq. I mean, I wish this was the case, but I know the last communists are like, all the Americans lose everywhere, but do they? Do they? Are they still number one? Yeah, they are. Yeah. It's the fact that they, like pulling your troops out of a country when you are a state that is in the business of going, extracting, and retreating, not necessarily. Vietnam is a direct loss, because what was the goal of Vietnam? Fucking up the commies. The commies win, Vietnam becomes red, America lost. The destabilization of Iraq, that was pretty successful. The destabilization of Afghanistan, that was pretty successful. It's,
Then there's the constant ideological wars. The war on communism, the war on drugs, the war on terror, the war on China and Russia. There's a constant boogeyman in the ether to justify.
I completely agree. I'm a classic multipolarist guy, etc. The same as you should be when it comes to ads. Because subscribers and advertisement can coexist, but should not. So become a sub for $6 a month of a free through Prime. Or give to those less privileged than you and enjoy an adless experience as we, I guess, shit talk other communists now. Am I doing infighting? Is this infighting? No, I'm not doing infighting. I'm saying they're good. Their intention is proper. No fucking, absolutely no hate on them. I get where they're coming from, but, to fix it a little bit, respectfully. But yeah, ads bad, subscriptions good. Oil me up. For every 10 gift subs, I give another 5 because I hate money, but I hate ads more. We are, I believe, 4 gift subs away from me donating another 5. So if you want 9 people to not have to watch ads, after 4 gifts, they will become 9. Lovely. Let's continue.
By U.S. military spending. The U.S. maintains the most bases in the world at over 700 and spends hundreds of billions of dollars on the military every year, more than the next 10 countries combined. It's funding Ukraine and its...
Yes, but keep in mind, these are much more complex issues than the way it's... I get it. It's a puff piece. It's a very good puff piece. It's supposed to make people excited about the downfall of the U.S. empire. Fuck yeah! But chat, you are not here for that. Most of you are already socialists here. The American military-industrial complex is a snake eating its own ass, because the more money they push into it, the more GDP it actually generates for the United States, because it's all local industry. You know, they're buying local. They're buying local. So with every war, while they might be losing some money because they need to buy shit to go to that particular war, they are injecting that same money back into the American economy. While they might be losing money by giving to the Ukrainian state to buy guns, the Ukrainian state is buying guns from the United States military-industrial complex. The United States is not a country, it is a corporation made up of a lot of different things, but mostly, again, the military-industrial complex, the oil industry, etc., etc. So when they do spend all of that money to Ukraine or to a particular war, almost all of that money goes from the coffers of the state, or from you taxpayers, down into the coffers of the military-industrial complex. And that gets, like, that's why it's complex. That gets even more fucking complicated if you adapt to the fact that it has a Federal Reserve, so they can print as much as they want, so it doesn't really matter how much taxpayers pay. But it's not Doomer Pill Day with Hugo today, so I guess I'll not say it. Thank you, Spooky Ninja, for the gifty and for the 4-month. Thank you very much. Now we're 3 subs away from that good old Hugo spending for 5 subs. You know, when I imagine a circular economy, I don't mean a snake eating its own ass. Well, now you do. Capitalism is just wealth redistribution from the bottom towards the top. Exactly. And that is why it's different than the Ottoman Empire or the Roman Empire. That's why it's different. That's why we cannot apply a lot of the reasoning to why the Roman Empire fell to the United States, because it adapted to it. The Roman Empire did not have the rest of the entire world only trade in Roman gold coins. The Roman Empire had to spend taxpayers' money in order to go to war. It actually cost something. It is not only free for Americans to go to war, it stimulates their economy for them to go to war. It's a different fucking game. Respect your fucking enemy is all I'm saying. Respect your enemy. And the American and military-industrial complex is obviously an enemy worth very much hating, but if you do not respect the fucking game, then you're living in La La Land. You're living in imaginary fucking woo-woo-wah. Oh my God. Oh, they're going bankrupt. Look at how much they're sending to the Ukrainians. Yeah. Yes. But also no. Thank you very much, Terrible Clark, for the 10 months, and Anonymous. Oh my God, Xi Jinping dropping the money here, bro. Thank you so much for the 10 gifties. We haven't done this in a while. Whenever an Anon gifts a sub, that means that it was Xi Jinping himself. So we must all stand and salute and say thank you, Xi Jinping. Thank you very much for your service. Also, I'm going to paint the chat purple, motherfuckers, for every 10 gifties. I keep my fucking place. Here's another purple, motherfuckers. 10 gifties. Thank you, Xi Jinping. Thank you for sending me all that beautiful money after Soros stopped donating to me. Wonderful. It is very nice to see you still support the work that we do here. Thank you very much. Seriously, Anon, thank you. But yeah, what I was saying previously, right? Like it's nice to make those parallels, do a little bit of
a new child soldier. Subscriber.
Analysis. It's G. It makes for very good propaganda. It motivates people. It hope pills them, but it's not that simple. It's not that simple.
Subscriber.
It's not that simple. Me when rent is due, absolutely.
It's war against Russia. It might support Taiwan in a war against China. Billions of dollars spent, and we can't remember the last war the US has actually won.
Again, as a socialist propagandist, very good propaganda, absolutely correct. But
But last year, an undeniable awakening happened.
This has been a senseless and a deliberate slaughter, a genocide, and it is happening on our dime.
For over a year, Americans and the rest of the world have
What does winning mean though? Lele made the best question of today. Well, depends on what the system defines as winning. And for the United States, winning is for the rich to stay rich. And are the rich staying rich after every imperial war? They're not only staying rich, they're getting richer. So yes, it is very much so winning. From that lens.
Watch the US politicians from both sides of the aisle cheer on and fund the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza to the tune of billions of dollars. It has shattered the idea that the US is a beacon of justice and human rights and irreversibly cemented the hypocrisy of American moral exceptionalism. The empire has never been so exposed. And it's shown Americans, who back in the imperial core continue to struggle to live decent, dignified lives, where all their tax money is going, and where it's definitely not.
Yeah, imagine if there was
Wonderful, a new child soldier. Subscriber.
Like a country that we would call an empire, but it would still spend trillions upon trillions of dollars to send money to the Palestinian resistance. And because the world would still be multipolar, it would actually be able to send a lot, contrary to what, for example, Iran sends or Russia sends. What would you call? But no, apparently that would be imperialism, according to their takes on the Soviet Union previously. I'm sorry, but according to their takes on the Soviet Union previously, them sending money to the Vietnamese was them propping up parties in other countries. So I'm just asking, if the Soviet Union still existed and it sent tanks and planes and guns to the Palestinians to fight the IOF, would that also be empire behavior? I don't know. Thank you, Tiberius, you fucking G. Welcome to the community, my friend. Welcome to the community. Thank you very much.
The US has been an empire since its very conception. From colonizing Native American land to conquering territories overseas.
They were propping up the factions that were good for them, like every state does. Absolutely. And to an extent, based on your ideological belief and the way you want to see the world look, you pick sides. Right? But empire does things in order for empire to continue to exist. It is a self-replicating, self-feeding animal. Empire for empire's sake, and empire is defined by the domestic ideology of what empire is. The Soviet Union did not operate according to those parameters. It operated on ideological, not state parameters. One before the other. Of course, it operated on state parameters, but it was ideology before state. At least that's what I would like to believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Since Afghanistan war was unjust, was giving weapons to Mujahideen from USA bad or less bad? That's a serious question. I know you're like asking it as a either as a gotcha or as a funny question, but it's a relatively legit question. And our dear friends, again, that I love, anarchists, I think they would struggle to answer that one. Okay? They would like... no, actually serious question. Well, if I was an anarchist, I would say, this was a classic empire versus anti-imperialist movement. So the U.S. giving weapons to the Mujahideen, that's going to get clip-chimped so hard, was a progressive thing to do because it allowed them to defeat the imperial Soviets. But as a Marxist, the answer is far more hypocritical. Because it's honest. As a Marxist, my answer is fuck the Mujahideen and fuck the fucking money they got from the fucking Americans. I believe in a socialist project, and I want socialist projects to fucking win wars. But then as a Marxist that existed at the time, if I existed in the Soviet Union, I obviously would have been against the stupid fucking Afghanistan war because it's fucking stupid. It's unwinnable. It's untenable. As simple as that.
To dominating world politics through global institutions, military might.
It's not about right. It's about your project winning. We're not fucking libs. We're not pretending that there's some like eternal moral compass that we're all guided by. I am working class. I am a socialist. I want to see the working class on top. That is my fucking team. And I will fight the contradictions until my team is on top. Then new contradictions will arrive. I will reject my class identity. I will reject class as a concept. And then we move to another step. It's not about... But no, some of you are young and beautiful, keep living that life. It's lovely. It's lovely. I remember it. It's lovely. It's not how the world works.
Corporate interests and foreign meddling. Of all the empires that have risen and fallen, none have come close to having the reach and power of the US. So the idea of it losing its hold over the world seems inconceivable. But while all these symptoms...
Brzezinski bragged how he made the Soviets fight Afghanistan and gave them their own Vietnam. Helping Afghanistan was never on their mind. Of course. The last country we can remember, even though that's a little bit of a cope, on my side, I admit the cope. The last country we can remember actually believing that both through violent means or through the supply of weaponry, they are fighting an ideological war and not a war that would simply lead to them having more resources, was the fucking Soviets. What did the Soviets get from helping the Vietnamese? They got another socialist republic. That's what they fucking got. And that is very different than doing it simply for resources. Or Cuba, or many other, or Algeria, or we can start naming for hours now. And when we adapt to World War II, it's or any country that they helped, to be honest. Yeah, I just don't want to be like that guy on Twitch that's like, herder Soviet Union, even though everybody knows that I'm very, very sympathetic to the Soviet project. Even though I criticize it probably more than the very people that just shit on it from the get-go and know nothing about it.
Are unfolding and the US empire erodes from within and without. It's not doing so in a vacuum.
Ad plays in 3 minutes. Give me money to support me and don't watch ads because it's based. For every 10 gift subs, they give another 5. Don't watch the ad, blah, blah, blah.
It does so in the middle of a global shift in geopolitics, in a world that's becoming increasingly multipolar, with countries choosing new allies, new frameworks for collaboration, even new currencies.
The aim of the alliance is to challenge the economic and political monopoly of the West.
Now here we are getting closer to the actual truth. Okay, you're getting closer to the actual truth. Not the actual truth, the more like complex answer to whether the United States is slowly grinding to a halt. So what we were saying previously is the United States adapted to the mistakes of previous empires by exerting itself into new mechanisms that allow it to continue existing. The parallels we made in our previous conversations with those joining the chat right now is, the Roman Empire was big, but the rest of the world didn't trade in Roman coin. The Roman Empire lost money when it went to wars unless it won the wars, because it didn't have an economy that self-fed like the Americans have when they spend a lot of money on war, but they produce all the weapons domestically, so that stimulates the economy. The Roman Empire didn't have the Federal Reserve, so it couldn't print as much as it fucking wants to. Etc., etc. So the United States adapted to all previous empires, and some of the things that would have made the United States fall apart if it existed back then will not make it fall apart now. So that is why one must look at the different mechanisms that, again, to repeat myself, it adapted, that it created as a new means of stabilizing its global reach. And that is the exact little fingertips that one should try to pry open from the planet if they want to minimize their overreach or their existence in general. And the first thing is, as we said, currency. Currency. The smartest things the Americans ever did is standardize the USD as basically the planet's fucking currency. And we are already seeing motherfuckers being like, no, me no like very much. Thank you, Soviet Shoto, for the sub with Prime. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to the community, brother.
All of which is not good for the US. See, the way the global system is designed is, in many ways, for the benefit of America. From reliance on the dollar, US aid, and US debt, to fear of US sanctions, vetoes, and foreign intervention, we live in a world full of systems and institutions designed to prop up the US and keep the rest of the world in check. But these systems aren't going to live forever because they're inherently unsustainable. They rely on the exploitation of peoples across the world and within the imperial core, and bank on them buying into the bit that all this is necessary, is better for them, and protects them. And as life becomes more unaffordable, countries more destabilized, governments more autocratic, and our environment more unlivable, people eventually wake up. And that's usually the beginning of the end.
It was in the past. I hope it is now. Not because I wish any ill to the American people, which I very much so love, whose culture I very much so love, but because the rest of us are eating fucking shit. So yeah, it might be easier for you guys to say, we might be bad, but the other ones are worse. But the rest of us are a bit more optimistic because we know how bad it is with the American boot. So sometimes we're even willing to try another boot because holy shit is this boot very, very fucking bad. But the thesis of the video is decent. The video is decent as like a agitation piece. It is very, very okay. I fuck with it. It's good. I have no idea why they needed to use the Soviet Union as an example. It was cringe as shit. But then again, I wasn't part of the script writing team, so whatever. I wish them luck, etc., etc. But when it comes to if the U.S. is going to slowly start falling apart, and what my hot take is that there is no hot take. you just gotta give it time. There's no hot take. The contradictions pile up, but those contradictions can be resolved by a reactionary movement, and by resolved that means they can be crushed. What do I mean? I mean. People said, okay, you can't just move to a whole new continent, start establishing colonies there. There's a whole ass population there. Eventually, the domestic native population is going to kick you out because they won't tolerate your imperial attitudes towards them. That was a very big pitch on why European expansionism into North and South America in the long term won't work. But what did they do? What was the reactionary answer to that contradiction? Even though that was not really a contradiction, that was just a fact. They just killed them all. They just killed them all. Smallpox, mass murder, blankets, apartheid, everything. So the United States exists to this day. It was successful. Colonization of not just United States, a lot of South American republics,
Wonderful.
a lot of
A
North
new
American
child
republics.
soldier. Subscriber.
A lot. 3 North American republics, but you get my point. It was successful. So what do I mean by this? Why am I bringing this up at all? Thank you very much, Leah Marks. Thank you for the 2 months, you fucking G. Thank you. Why am I bringing this up? Is we got to remember that, shit gets worse. More people become socialist. More people want to change the world to the better. The other side is, as I said previously, planning 10 years in advance behind us, and is much more cutthroat than we ever even could imagine of being. So they do have an answer. They unironically do have an answer to what happens when shit gets too bad and they all start revolting. What happens while because they learned from their class ancestors. They are not going to keep having balls the way the dukes and archdukes of France before the revolution did. They will not simply think if you ignore it, it will go away. Working class people have learned from history, but capitalists arguably have learned even more. So no, they will not be having their balls and dances. They will be out on the streets, of course, not directly, but through the hands and feet of those very people who betrayed us as a class, and they will react, and they will react, and they will react. So no matter what we do, how successful we are or unsuccessful, that is what awaits all of us. A well-organized, massively funded group of people that want to crack our skulls because we just don't want to live in a massive mega mall we call global capitalist society. Because we've had enough. So why am I talking about this in particular after having watched this video? Because the contradictions are piling up, it doesn't mean that we will win. It doesn't mean that socialism is unavoidable. It doesn't mean that progressive politics are going to come on top. It doesn't mean that the rights of, if we're talking about America, gay people or black people or people of color in general are not going to be taken back. The rights of women are not going to be taken back. It doesn't mean that. Societies have rolled back so many fucking times throughout history. But nowadays, they have so much knowledge and information, just as we do, but they do as well, on how to properly execute it next time. So no revolution or uprising or even like a more radical reformist project ends up on top. So that's why it's very, very important to, unironically, as Feeney and Marx has said, to organize. So that when situations like that do come across, you actually have structure that can, ironically, react to reaction. That's it. I loved both the copium and the decent message of this video by Uncivilized. But underestimating the so-called general enemy or thinking that they are simply living in their mansions and they're pretending the streets aren't burning, that they're not seeing the contradictions pile up, that they think that this will simply pass, that they think that this can go on forever. A lot of them do. But you just had a billionaire buy an election in the richest country to ever exist. Okay? And he's a fucking idiot. Imagine what the actual richest people on the planet are doing. The actual money. So, watch me, great. Give me subscriptions, great. Motivate me to give this spiel and try to introduce as many people to this way of thought as possible. But, more importantly, please, for the love of God, those of you who are able to, touch some fucking grass and organize. Please. In your workplace, in your community, in wherever. Please. Because without that part, it's kind of a LARP. And it's kind of cope. And what is my chat doing as I'm talking about this? They're talking about the SARS. Our job isn't to push the revolution to happen, but to prepare for it. Exactly. I don't have to imagine he's play acting as Adrian Dittman on Connor Eats Pants Fortnite stream. Yeah, that was sick. It's not much, but I'm trying to drag my vaguely leftist friends into RC. That's nice. I joined CPUSA. My district is kind of dragging ass with contacting me, though. That sucks, but good on you. Good. I'm proud of you. Very good. But I guess, chat, I don't know if you agree or disagree. I kind of look ridiculous with this fucking... I don't know if you agree or disagree, but I think I did my relatively decent amount of praxis by doing a little bit of vegetation on this fine day. And just like good old Marx back in the day did, I think I deserve to go out and get fucking smashed. Thank you by any means necessary. I joined my union thanks to you, the program boys. Oh, it's a pleasure, brother. That makes my month. Handled my first disciplinary case in December and won it. Bravo. Got a comrade by saving her job. Looking forward to expanding our union in 2025. That's how you do it. Grass has officially been touched. Yes, it has. Yes, it has, my beautiful, beautiful child soldier. That is what I like hearing. But before we maybe bring today to a conclusion, somebody told me that we have a new Tiggy Skibbles chat. Somebody told me we got a new Tiggy Skibbles, brother. We got new Tiggy Skibbles. Oh, it's not... Oh, what the fuck? Is Zorgop knows all? The fuck is this chat? Is this like propaganda for Zorgop themselves, itself? I don't know I don't know Zorgop's, what's the word? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, chat. Yeah, I don't know Zorgop's pronouns. Yeah. What are God's pronouns, bro? New chatters is going to be so weirded out by this. Well, new chatters, be more regular chatters and you will know. Our deep dive, we literally found this when it had 3,000 subscribers. Now it has 68,000 subscribers. And it's a deep lore of self-developing, very well written, but unfortunately AI using storyline by this small channel on the outskirts of YouTube.
Some 25 years ago, an interdimensional god was brought to our planet via your standard gumball research accident. The god...
The lore dump for the rest of you. Basically, we created... we got in contact with an interdimensional god. Because of the market economy, I still managed to make it about communism. Because a gumball making company made a gumball that's so perfectly round that it glitched our reality into another reality. Because it was like so perfectly round, it could not exist and contain itself in three-dimensional space.
God quickly called upon a disciple, our Baba Hermini, to build this mystical autonomous structure so the god may take physical form and bestow humanity with many gifts.
Anti-gravity lift initiated. Gravity off. Please adhere to the following instructions, or risk certain death while using the...
But the interdimensional being had ulterior motives, and our wise leader knew it. So after construction was completed, the Baba Hermini imprisoned the god here.
Gravity on.
What the fuck? Wait, what?
Instructions, or risk...
The Baba Hermini managed to imprison the god. Fuck that. What? He was just a guy that was in it for fucking.
Certain death while using the...
But the interdimensional being had ulterior motives, and our wise leader knew it. So after construction was completed, the Baba Hermini...
There's no way the Baba Hermini was smart enough to do this. That is absolute bullshit. For those of you who don't remember the lore, Baba Hermini was basically the guy that saw the monolith, and he went there to start a cult so that he can fuck everybody's wife. That was his motivation. So this is like, I think, conspiracy on top of conspiracy. Probably the god won, but the god wants people to think that it didn't win, and it installed the Baba Hermini as that way.
Prison the god.
We gotta straight up do a special stream to watch everything. We could. I don't know how much interest that would be.
Using the god's own technology against them.
Welcome to level 69. Prepare to land.
The gracious Baba Hermini then gave the gods knowledge to the world, becoming globally beloved and bedding many of our wives. In celebration of the Baba Hermini besting the deity, one lucky follower is selected each year to come to the monolith to taunt the god. You are that lucky follower. Yay. So don't hold back. Insult this all-knowing being into oblivion, as they must know that humanity has won, that our fearless leader has won, and that Zorgop knows all that the Baba Hermini allows.
Baba Hermini actually did imprison. That's whack as fuck. Baba Hermini, like, I guess don't judge a book that fucks your wife by its cover. How did he do it? It's Yakub.
You've got silly cheeks. You look like a hot, tall Oompa Loompa. That's not really an insult, is it?
It's time.
Time for what? You to go to the optometrist about that pink eye? Boom!
He kind of looks like Tiggy. I don't know why. He looks like a taller Tiggy. Embrace the monolith. What the fuck? Okay, lore expands. The lore expands. It's all by Neural Vids. Somebody post a link. It's Neural Vids. Now the best song. Let me drink a little bit more with you, chat, and go out. If this is winter to spring hit of 2025. Even though I don't know, white people in chat, why does it feel racist if I try to sing along to this song? Because it feels racist.
我们这辈老仔脖子上喜欢挂玉牌，香炉供台上摆，长大才开白黄牌。虔诚拜三拜，钱包里面多几百。一的是六合彩，男的是等合牌。来财，来，来财，来，来财，来，来财，来，哎，中指力滚力，对应好运八方来。散了才能聚，你不出手，说聊斋。这把直接和，愿花钱交朋友。买一高
4 hour stream, baby, 4 hour stream, we grinding this.
回馈下社会先，摸到那顶皇冠后。
2023 subs, let's go.
事情两袖 前方走，一阴一阳只为到志气东来。明码标价的那些物，非黑即白。若上颁奖台，切莫张灯结彩。八仙桌的收尾少不了翁菜。上北下南，左西右东，东南东北，西北西南，步步高升，八方来财，四海为家，家兴旺。百事可乐，千事吉祥，万事如意，顺风顺水，天道酬勤，鹏程万里。你不给你表示了吗？啊？种瓜得瓜，种
This now has a small interlude part.
老天教唆别管江湖。
This part, fuck.
老天叮嘱这辈子我散不丢。老天就怕36雷中打球，耶！魑魅魍魉总出现在秋收后，算账。魑魅魍魉总出现在秋收后，消灭。老天让我一棍铲除啮齿类。
So good。
第二棍附魔，我打穿对家楼。因果。老天让放下屠刀，但这是他的因果。该不该放屠刀？如果放，角落潜伏恶鬼分分钟一半。如果提，心中恶念超过3的话，没办法停。要还债，兵来将挡，因为我是个耐飞天。手腕上5路财神虚空杖，挡一切。海面刮大浪，要不要求算账？我不是尬。
Chat, are you going out tonight? Is anybody in chat going out tonight? Gonna touch some grass or touch some female cat or some nice guy named Dick?
阴阳，看懂这因果业障，世界上条条框框，就好像打牌机上，迟早会到你。
Uncle Hugo dropping a banger. I thought I was the uncle. You need to show me new songs, not vice versa. I'm the old guy in chat, bro.
头上谁不想打翻身仗？总有人在卖着惨，总有人想利用善。殊不知
No grass, no
天在
ass.
看，祸根找上门。
Dinner than club, bro. Hey, we're going fucking hard, mother.
你把爱当作子弹，殊不知天在看，拍拍手，完蛋了。老天保佑金山银山前路有。老天教唆别管江湖龙虎斗。老天叮嘱这辈子我散不丢。 老天就怕36雷中打球，耶！魑魅魍魉总出现在秋收后。
China so advanced they be dropping rap harder than American shit, bro. I mean, still not, but still. It's good. It's good, isn't it? It's very good. It's very good. Have you seen this song? Have you seen this video? It's very good. This reminds me of this is basically what my hometown used to look like. I'm dropping Yugopnik lore. This is what my hometown used to look like. I mean, not used to, still looks like. This is not from my hometown, but it's very close to the environment I grew up in. Jesus Christ, Suki, thank you for 1,000 bits, bro. Thank you, Suki. Somebody give Suki a sub right now. Thank you, Suki. Suki. Yeet, Saturday, baby. Relax. Enjoy your freedom. Thank you, Bionic Broccoli, you fucking G. The shots are actually really, really fucking good. Like the little cuts, it's really good, in my opinion. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, I can promise you one thing. Today, I drink all of your subs and all of your gifties, bro. Thank you, Debo. Here's 5 for me because fuck it. Opa! Thank you, Ghosted! Thank you, Brocali! Fuck this This video makes me so fucking nostalgic because this is so fucking close to exactly what my hometown was like. Thanks for irate lump. Oh shit, we're a fucking hype train, baby. We're a fucking hype train. Let's fucking go. I didn't even notice. We're level 4. Your mother might tell you that a 5er or a 6er is good. But we are size queens here, and at least a 6 or a 7 is what actually gets us going, if you know what I mean. Some say 4 is too big. I mean, God bless, God bless. Let me show you something good as well. Which should I feed you? This is pretty basic. This is, I think, Russians from Donbass. Like, holy shit.
Ебать, Саня, Гной, Володя, Жижа, Люда, Зазекала, Танька, Бебечиха, Пикарь, Краб, Тарля, ебать. И комар, что за комар? Типа мухи, нахуй. Это, блядь, Горловка, дядя, нахуй. Тут все по-серьезному, ебать. Что там улицы шепчут, нахуй. Как там ваша гетто поживает, ебать. Это мы простые пацаны.
This one goes really hard. Really, really, really hard. Like, really hard.
Под ногами пыль, я накину капюшон. Если Дима дома, значит я раскачиваю дом. Значит стилек не ограничивается лишь текстилем. Почему вы так давно на всех писали сущиков? Под ногами пыль, я накину капюшон. Если Дима дома, значит я раскачиваю дом. Значит стилек не ограничивается лишь...
Did you fucking guys watch the knife fight? Like, holy shit. If you haven't, please do not watch it. Please make this fucking stupid war stop. Please make this stupid fucking war stop. I celebrated my New Year's literally with Russians and fucking Ukrainians. Nobody wants this fucking war to continue. Fuck this shit. Seriously, please stop this shit. Please.
Текстилем, почему вы так давно на всех списали? До нас не видно, не слышно запылье. Но может быть ты веришь, что мы дышим в затылок? Пропуская свет, выступим из-за дыма. Забытое имя на выступе вновь. Любовь это дум, типы, семья. Голос Донбасса, сила в делах. Какой день чилаут, ежедневно кусает пчела. Тут сегодня как будто вчера. Может быть отжат, но когда этот шар надо жарить так. Вылетает стекла твоя воздуха, подрывает. Обними отца, бродяга. Где твоя леди? Соленую воду на рану не лейте. Закален мой регион. Сила духа бетон.
Level 5 hype train, let's go, baby.
Мысли питон. Циферблат поломан. В груди металла лома. Начнем по новой. Под ногами пыль, я накину капюшон. Если Дима дома, значит я раскачиваю дом. Значит стилек не ограничивается лишь текстилем. Почему вы так давно...
Is it true over 700k have died? I have no idea. I talked. The last Ukrainian I talked to says that 40% of all of her cousins are dead. So, and I don't know a single Russian that doesn't have at least one. I mean, it's a much bigger country. At least one cousin dead.
На всех писали сущиков. Под ногами пыль, я накину капюшон. Если Дима дома, значит я раскачиваю дом. Значит стилек не ограничивается лишь текстилем. Почему вы так давно на всех списали?
And whenever I cover this fucking stupid ass fucking war, I either have some guy in Texas screaming at me that I'm a Chocholo lover, Zelensky lover, fucking I suck NATO dick, or I have a guy in California screaming at me how I love riding Putin's fucking cock. For stating the very obvious fact that this is the consequence of the falling apart of the Soviet Union, an internationalist project in which every state that has come out of it wants to preserve whatever interests that they can on the territories that were separated post-breakup of previous international project, where many different influential powers from around the world try to play their cards domestically, and it's brothers that end up killing brothers. That's it. But because I'm not sitting here screaming, "Re Putin king" or "Re Zelensky king," or it's maybe because I don't have a fucking child's understanding of geopolitics, or because I actually talk to Russians and Ukrainians almost every fucking day. I understand that it's a tiny little bit more fucking complex than that. Westoids are obsessed with sportifying everything. They are. Unfortunately. I think most of us are. Not to just shit talk the Westoids specifically. Most of us are. You sniff too many trees, you. Yeah, so many trees. I'm turning into Zizek slowly. I've never done cocaine in my life ever, but I have this, what do you call it? I have sinusitis, or like I did kickboxing, my nose is broken twice, and I can barely breathe through the fucking thing. So I'm like sniffing all the time. I sniff. So it sounds like I'm a cokehead or some shit. Or it sounds like I'm sick all the time, which I'm neither. I just have a lot of boogers and have broken nose. Complex. The world is black and white. Don't you get it? Exactly. Sometimes it's not black and white. Sometimes when you have an insane apartheid regime that is mass murdering people, that it does not want to continue existing inside of the confines of its apartheid system, it is not black and white. It is black and white. But in other cases, most of the time, 99% of the time, it is not. Coke is really overrated, especially since you're a heavy drinker. The only thing it really does when you're drunk is makes you feel sober. Yeah. It's kind of like the one of the rare times in my life where toxic masculinity was a good thing, because there's a unwritten rule, but at this point it's written. A lot of people in my part of it will like drink a lot because it's like just a toxic trait of outcompeting the other person. But why did I say there's a positive line to it? Because it doesn't count if you do coke, right? You're a pussy if you do coke and like drink as much as the other guy. So it was always like what the cowards would do, They can't handle the liquor, so they do a line and then they drink. They're just the coward's way out. So I'm pretty sure that's the thing that kept me away from it. Not some more like a wiser perspective towards not doing it. Baba Yaga does not approve. Coke is cheater shit. Yeah, that's literally. So there you go. I'm giving you a free pass on how when you have like a fucking druggy friend that is constantly pushing coke your way and you don't want to do it, but they're toxic about it. Just like be toxic back. Always be toxic back is my philosophy. Tell them, dude, that's some cheater shit. You can't handle your beer, bro. You can't handle your vodka. You can't handle your cocktails. You can't handle your whiskey. What's this cheater shit? You can't drink 5 Jaegers or like 7 tequilas, you fucking weakling. So you literally throw it back at them, and they're like, but. Because most of the coke fiends are like just doing it either for status or to like, I don't know, out party you. So when it's for out partying, you can just literally tell them, bro, how are you out partying me? You're cheating. You're writing Isaac-me, or what were the cheat codes back in GTA San Andreas? Or mental illness. So holy shit, pandas got deep. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe people do coke for mental illness. I don't know. But yeah, beautiful stream. We listened to some music. We talked about some empires falling. We talked about 2025 predictions. Thank you to all the subs. Thank you to all the follows. Thank you to everybody that allows this beautiful project of ours to continue growing, expanding, and staying true to itself is what I like to say. Check me out on Instagram, Twitter, all that shit. Go touch some grass if you have the ability to do so. Always organize. And I'm saying this from a completely selfish perspective at this point, because if I don't get at least one of you to organize a month, And then at the end of the day, what I'm doing here is just a self-indulgent entertainer pretending to do anything even remotely close to what he believes in. And that is the type of shit I wouldn't be able to sleep with. Right? Right. Now, tell me who to raid, my beautiful children. Tell me who to raid. Actually, I have a lot here. Let's raid some smaller creators. But those that have raided me before. Oh, no, let's raid a person that is the same size as me. They're gaming. Because most of you will probably move to Hassan afterwards anyways. But those of you who would like to watch some gaming or some more chill shit. James, I raided James recently. I have not raided Sean the Black in a long time. So go raid Sean. Say hi. Spam that fucking shit. And I will see you tomorrow. Unless I'm hangover out of my mind. Which I might be. No, I will do my best. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you genuinely. Chat, I fucking love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Join the Discord. It's kind of fun. I lurk a lot. Bye-bye. Many kisses. Mwah, mwah. Remember, don't be cringe.